The chair-elect candidates will now address the council. So we have two candidates to be considered for the single position of chair-elect, Fraser Williamson and Bill Jones. Thank you. It's a leap of faith to offer yourself up in this role. And so Fraser's not able to be with us in person. Fraser's not able to be with us in person. Can you hear now? Okay, so we have two candidates for the position of chair-elect that we will be voting on later. But we want to hear from them now. And the first is for Fraser Williamson, who comes to us via video. He wasn't able to be with us in person today. And then following him will be Bill Jones, who is here in person and will have a chance to speak. They've each been given 3 minutes. Well, that's a tight one. So I'm hopeful we can. There's the videos up. So we just need this sound. So if we could just turn our attention to the screen. I know we can't. We're just, and they know we can't. So start it again. Okay. We know we can't hear because we can't either. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Wait and see what our tech team can do.
Apologize for not being heard. For those of you who have not met me yet, I'm Reverend Fraser Williamson, and I have served at Powassan United Church and Chisholm United Church south of North Bay. 1 year ago, I did not expect I would be recording a video as a candidate for chair-elect. What I did know 1 year ago is that I would be presiding over the wedding for two friends south of Ottawa at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I apologize for not being in person to meet and talk with you. On September 17th, 2023, I had the pleasure of presiding over the covenanting service for two friends, Will Cunder and Tracy Davis. Just before the service began, I was approached by Susan Whitehead, who asked if I was interested in putting my name forward to be chair-elect. I, like many of the biblical leaders, said no when I first was called. I knew I had a lot on my plate. During that service, the choir sang "Here I Am, Lord" as the anthem. When I heard that, I was sitting beside Barb Knott, who at the time was the chair of the region. By the time the service was over, I made the decision to put my name forward, and I knew there would be some other passions and committee work that I would have to put aside. I was ordained by Toronto Conference in 2018, and I have been involved with Manitou Conference and the Canadian Shield since 2015. Currently, I serve as a Pastoral Relations Liaison, and I also serve on the Pastoral Relations Commission. I'm currently serving as a General Council Commissioner. I'm also a member of Crucifusion Canada, which is a group of Christ-centered United ministers, and I serve on the board of Crucifusion Canada. I feel that I received a tap on the shoulder from Susan because I have held several leadership roles in the church in my life. I also served my community as a local councillor and have had taken the role of acting mayor on several occasions. I'm hoping that you affirm my call to be chair-elect by casting a vote for me, and I look forward to the journey with you.
We thank Fraser for offering himself to us here in this expression of church. And we also thank Bill Jones for putting forward his name for consideration. So he's going to come forward and share in person. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Moderator, Peter, Nancy, staff, guests, and delegates. I'm putting my name forward for chair-elect position after much consideration. I've done so because I feel that there's much that we can do for the people of our region. I've done a lot of things administratively in the church, and I believe the experience that I bring will help to support all our efforts to meet the needs of those in the region who presently feel adrift because of distances that our region covers. I'll work to enable everyone to once more feel a part of the mission and ministry of the broader region. A big priority for me is to develop an effective and efficient means of reaching out to all the churches that are miles from any other church and try to keep them in touch with the rest of the region and other people in our wonderful church community. I know that the region has in the past worked to do this and is still doing it. When I think of Hearst, Hornpain, who recently sold their church and disbanded, Chapleau and Val-d'Or, who are very distant from other United churches, we need to recognize even today the only real consistent contact that they have with the region is a visit from the supervisors. Even in Timmins, we have very little contact with other churches in the district, and the sense of community that we once had has been lost. I think it's getting even worse because a number of small churches are without ministry personnel, even in more populated places like Hearst and Val-d'Or, leaving only their supervisors as regional contacts. My vision is to help foster a support network that would enable those churches who presently feel alone in ministry to develop a sense of connection with the broader community of the United Church. I know we have the finances to do such a thing, and by working with the finance group, I feel that we can allocate the funds to achieve this. I know this sounds like a pipe dream, but in the end, we are the church in the North. And although we're shrinking, with churches closing and some disbanding, we're still called to meet the spiritual needs of those same communities and need to do something to keep our presence in those communities that have lost churches. I can't finish without thanking our staff who are wonderful at what they do and available by phone and email at all times. They're what keep our region as vital as it is. And I pray that their ministries touch each and every one of you. I think that our regional structure is very effective. And because it's so efficient, my first priority will not be the structural change, but people-focused. If I'm elected, I will hold up each congregation and community, empowering them to take full advantage of the regional structure so they not only feel, but in every sense know they are seen and needed. And I think that all the conversations we've had this weekend around collaboration, that this supports this, and it's very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. So this afternoon during the business portion, we will be casting ballots for this one, this position. I think those are the only ballots today. Yes. Yes. So thank you. So we're now moving into our first breakout sessions of the day.
All right, well, welcome.
I can wait a few minutes before everyone joins.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about what you do at Faithful Footprints?
I'm the communications coordinator. So I promote all the programs and all the projects that participate and the retrofits and the projects they're able to do with their buildings, through blogs, through social media, through presentations like these, and just overall amplification of the work that's being done. So hello everyone. I hope that we had a few extra people join, as I had some difficulties with my screen. But I just want to say my name is Alexa Gates-Julian, and I'm the communications coordinator for the United Church of Canada's Faithful Footprints program. So it's a program which helps United Church communities of faith green their buildings. So before I get
Alexa, your sound is chopping in and out. I don't know if it is the same for everybody.
The Vatican in November of 2022 was that
for offering and inviting me to present as
much more dynamic than
part of the Spring Regional Council meeting today. It's always an honor to speak of the program, but also ultimately engage more communities of faith to participate. Can you all? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you. I can hear you, but the other group was breaking in a few minutes ago. It was in and out. You were there, and then the other group was there.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of technical challenge here with the other room trying to break in. So bear with us, and please continue, Alexa.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying that it's great to bring awareness of the program and have more congregational members to participate. I also want to thank all of you that you guys are all here. To my understanding at this time, there's different sessions. So glad that you all wanted to be here and hear a little bit more about the program. So before I start, the session topic of today is a small project's big impact. And I just had one question. Maybe some of you can raise your hand or go off mute and just share. Gauging on how many of you have heard of the program before or have come across your program before, maybe on social media, on a newsletter, through email, just gauging familiarity with the program.
Heard about it, but haven't been really involved to know too much more about it.
That'd be the same for me.
And yeah, likewise.
And I haven't heard much about it at all.
Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Nor have I.
Bev's hand seems to be raised. There we go.
So what is Faithful Footprints? So Faithful Footprints is United Church of Canada's program, which also offers inspiration, tools, and grants to help its faith communities reduce their carbon footprint. So this program was initiated to really help reduce the carbon footprint of not only United Church, but United Church buildings across the country. So one of the main things that we do is offer grants. So we have two avenues of grants. We have our Faithful Footprints grant, which is ability to access up to $20,000 in energy efficient retrofit projects. And then we also have the Faithful Footprints decarbonization grant, which is ability to access a maximum of additional $10,000 towards decarbonizing retrofit projects. So retrofit projects are really just renovations of your buildings to reduce your environmental footprint on the earth. So energy efficiency, we'll get into it a little later, but it's really just reducing the amount of energy that your building uses. And then the decarbonization is reducing the amount of carbon your building emits. So this is through oil, propane, gas, any of those operational avenues of your building's impact on the earth. So in terms of finances and the grant breakdown, for every $1 that you bring, United Church of Canada brings another $1. So Faith Community's matching fund, so the you bring $1, can come from other grants throughout your region or your province or the country, federal funding, through donations to your congregational members specifically, or through savings or your building fund within your own church. So a few projects examples in terms of our energy efficiency. So that first grant, which is $20,000, we have some ideas of LED lights, air sealing. So these are just air sealing in terms of your windows, your doors, little cracks between your envelopes, so the outer exterior of your building, as well as replacing your doors or windows or appliances in your kitchens, our ceiling fans with Energy Stars, so energy efficient rated appliances or products. This would include also insulating. So if there's a room in your church that is not well insulated or doesn't have insulation at all, that's another project that can be done. Hot water heaters, so fuel to fuel or electric to electric, means that you're just replacing it with, let's say, an upgraded version of what you have existing, not changing fuel sources or changing the way in which you heat your building. Obviously, you have furnaces and boilers. Again, that fuel to fuel, electric to electric. And then obviously our last one would be heat pumps, working in conjunction, so working alongside fuel burning heating systems. So this is not completely removing the fuel burning heating systems, for instance, gas, propane, or oil, but it's implementing heat pumps or a different alternative to help balance out the amount of gas, oil, or propane that you are using. So projects examples for the decarbonization grant, which is the $10,000 addition, would be, again, not the fuel to fuel or the electric to electric, but going from fuel to electric. So this is transitioning from gas, propane, or oil to electric, or replacing your furnace with heat pumps, which is electric, or your boilers to electric boiler, or gas stoves to electric stoves. So these are a few of the requirements and eligibilities in terms of who is able to participate in the program. So obviously, a building must be a United Church of Canada owned property. The grants are available to any congregation, including congregations, so churches itself, camps, outreach ministries, or any United Church owned property, matter of fact. And again, through the different two granting avenues, the planned project must focus on upgrading, renovating, or replacing elements and components of the building structure or the building or the property to improve the overall energy efficiency, as well as the reduction in your building's operational carbon emissions. So as we said, oil, gas, and propane. A few other requirements would be documentation. So the documentation that we require to be accepted into the program is a project budget and utility for the energy data from the past 2 years. So this is required to really see that difference, to see what your energy is, see what your environmental impact is for you to be accepted in the program, and then to compare that to what it is after the renovations, after the retrofit is done. Another documentation is obviously just a commitment to at least 1 year of program participation. I say at least. Some program participants that we've had in the past, it's an extension of 3 years or 2 years. The 1 year is really wanting to see, once you have completed your project, that we assess what your energy or your carbon and your costs are 1 year from that date of the project being completed. In terms of financial requirements, as mentioned before, the whole matching funds, you bring $1, United Church of Canada brings $1, is a matching fund, should equate to basically 1/3 of the total project cost, and any funds required above the maximum grant amounts of $20,000 or $10,000. In total, that would be either 1/3 of $20,000 or $30,000. So the grant process and the timeline is pretty simple. It's 13 steps. So the first one is just expressing your interest. So this is a small form. I think it's like 3 questions just to get your interest in that you are thinking about being part of the Faithful Footprints program or applying for the grant. Step 2 would be consultation. So this is when you interact with a one-on-one consultation with our building grant manager to discuss your project ideas, or if you don't have any ideas, just talking about your building and seeing what can come out of it. And then the third step would be an audit assessment. So this is only required of some projects based on how well defined your plan is. If you're experiencing uncertainty regarding your starting point, it is recommended to some participants to do an audit or assessment to get a better idea of what your building can be doing to reduce your environmental impact. Again, step 4, share your plan back with our grant manager. And then once that's a little bit solidified, he will send over the formal application. So this is, I want to say, 8-page application, pretty simple questions, just getting to know more about your congregation, but also the project plans that you have and the impact that you hope to see from it. Step 6 was be fundraising. So again, getting that matching funds, figuring out where that additional money in terms of supporting the project will come from. And through that, you have your grant application review from the United Church of Canada. And once you get accepted, your project commences. So you start your project, you complete your projects, and then when it's complete, you report back to us with a final report package, really just showcasing what you did, pictures, and overall the invoices and all of that to be able to get your grant. And then step 10 would be the reimbursement and the holdback of $1,000 before the 1-year post-project when we get our energy results, and then reimbursement, holdback, the post-project follow-up. So this is a follow-up in terms of receiving your benchmark report. So as I mentioned, this is the report that you get back, the comparison from your baseline, so that 2-year energy results that you provide when you share in your application, compared to your post-project GHG emissions, energy costs, energy usage, as well as any sort of comparison in terms of your environmental impact after the project. And again, 13 is ongoing celebration, so showcasing your project in presentations like these, retrofit tours, so sharing your building and allowing people to come in and see the projects that you've done, as well as blogs, inspiration, and overall just sharing the amazing work that you've done through the program. So does anybody have any questions in regards to the grant application, the process, eligibility, anything that I've just mentioned in terms of the main overview of the program? Okay, good. So I already kind of skipped already to this slide, but we have engaged with 490 plus communities of faith across the country. 490 people have been interested about our program, and we've contacted and communicated in terms of the program. So this is a big number, and very happy that we've been engaged with this many communities of faith.
Alexa, there's a couple questions in the chat. Christine Barry asks, who does the audit and who does the work?
Who does the audit and who does the work?
Yes.
So the audit, I will touch on it a little bit later on in the presentation, but the audit is done by our building grant manager. So depending on where we are in the country, we have our regional support centers. So let's say in Alberta, we have a regional support center, which they kind of conduct the audits and help out the communities of faith out there. But in terms of Ontario and the Canadian Shield, it would be our building grant manager, the same person that you would communicate in that one-on-one consultation in step 2. So there are a few options with the audits or the assessments if you do require or that you are interested in the audit. So this is done by the Faithful Footprints delivery partner, Faith in the Common Good. So it's a fee for service process, and you can do it DIY, so you can do it yourself if you have capacity within your own congregation, or you can do it virtually. Or he can, our grant manager can come travel out to your church and your congregation to do the assessment in person. I will note in terms of the audits and assessments, if you're interested, is that within the budget of your Faithful Footprints grant, that can be reimbursed at the end. So, for instance, you get $20,000 for up to $20,000 for the energy efficiency projects, and you do an audit or an assessment, you can budget a little bit of that money that you receive or that you are supposed to receive for that energy assessment to kind of pay for it.
Joyce has her hand raised. Joyce, do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question, please?
Sorry, I didn't answer the second part of the question. I apologize. Who does
sorry.
the work? It's up to you. So we have had participants have congregational members themselves partake in a lot of the projects that they're able to do, like the air sealing. A lot of churches have electricians that are part of the church, so they've had them do the work. It's really about who your members are and if you have the capacity to do so. Or you can outsource the work in terms of local contractors within your city or within your local region.
Okay, thank you, Alexa. Joyce, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just have a question about eligibility for projects, and I'm wondering about solar panels. Is that the kind of thing that might qualify too?
Yes, solar panels will qualify. Again, if that's a great decision for your church, our grant manager will approve it, say, yeah, put solar panels on your roof. But there is an assessment in terms of that one-on consultation if solar panels is a good decision for your church. For instance, solar panels are kind of like on the tier of our projects, kind of that top thing, top project, what you will do after you replace your windows, replace your doors, and make sure that your envelope and your building is secure in terms of being able to support, let's say, a solar panel. There's no reason on putting a solar panel if it's all the electricity is just going to go throughout the windows and the doors if you have cracks and leaks. So the solar panels, if you are interested, would fall under decarbonization grant because you would be, for instance, let's say, going off a boiler or a furnace to solar. So solar panels, we usually see that those projects do qualify for that full $30,000.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I just spoke too soon. Catherine Gates just put her hands up. Catherine, do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question, please?
Sorry. Is there a specific timeline as to when the application needs to be submitted?
Sorry, you kind of cut out at the beginning, but your main question is there a timeline on when your application needs to be submitted?
Yes, that's correct.
No. The program has established in 2018, and we are accepting applications year long. There's no due date. in terms of when you have to do your application. So we have 6 steps within the program of where people fall. For instance, have they sent in their EOI, so their interest? Have they sent in an application? Have they been consulted? And the timeline, and we are very flexible with the churches and with congregations. If, for instance, you send in your application of interest, but you're still figuring things out within your church, there's no, oh, you put this in, so then you only have, let's say, 2 months or a month to put in the application. It's really flexible on what works best for your community of faith. People do the consultation, and then they still need to figure things out on the back end. So maybe we don't hear back from them for maybe 4 weeks or for 2 months. The opportunity and the program is open and ready for when your community needs the support. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. So out of the 490 plus engaged communities of faith, Canadian Shield has only 8. This is not something bad, but it's something that we do recognize and acknowledge. So among the 8 participants engaged within the program, we have 2 have in the middle of that consultation stage that we've said. 1 have sent applications. We've had 2 completed projects, and then 2 that have gone through the whole entire program. So they've done their completed projects, they've waited that year, and they've received their final energy results. So I don't think I have a list of them, but this includes Little Current United and Little Cure, Trinity United North Bay, Porcupine United, Harmony St. Mark's United, Trinity United in Lively, Trinity in Manitoulin United, and Trinity United and Capriole. So small projects, big impact. So as highlighted, we only have 8 engaged programs within the Canadian Shield amongst all 16 regions. And it's something, as I said, that we acknowledge. And we really want all United Church buildings to take advantage of a really great opportunity and to see through the many benefits that we can see through retrofitting and greening our buildings. So right now it's just a little small discussion. Again, this is just open to who would like to share, and just hearing a little bit from you on your own personal experiences. If you do have any hesitancies or questions or concerns regarding retrofitting your building or participating in the Faithful Footprints program. I know that a lot of you mentioned that you're aware, but maybe you aren't really familiar with the program. If it's something that your congregation or church has been thinking about, and what are those step backs on actually taking part of those renovations? Anyone would like to share?
Christine Berry just raised her hand.
Hi, I'm excited about this. I didn't know about this, so I probably did, but it didn't connect. Just a few questions, just out of curiosity. So we're a small congregation in an older church with stained glass windows, and we're not using oil, any carbon fuels. It's electric. But I'm thinking probably the ceiling part, I'm sure that I know there are places in our windows where it's not really sealed properly, but with the high ceilings and stained glass windows, is that easy to do? To reduce the, well, whether there's cracks or, like whether there's air coming in around those stained glass windows.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated to know how that would be assessed and how the work would be done, I guess.
Yeah. high ceilings are something that you have to deal with. But in terms of the stained glass windows and, you know, really long floor to ceiling windows, and energy and just participants that you don't want to remove your stained glass. They're beautiful parts of the building, beautiful parts of the church. They've actually put plexiglass. I think we have an example later on in the presentation, but they basically build out the window, if that makes sense, for it to be less heat resistant and a stronger thermal resistance from heat flowing through. So people have participated in projects keeping their stained glass windows, but making it better for the building that it doesn't lose as much heat or cool air during the summer.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it is a possibility, and we've had projects face those challenges in terms of a really big sanctuary with very large windows.
Well, I'm not saying it's big, but there are several stained glass windows. And because we're all electric, I'm thinking maybe a heat pump. I don't know. I'm all excited about this, as you can tell. So it looks like I'll be going through the process anyway.
Very excited.
We also have Susan Lindquist. Her hand is up as well.
Yeah. Hi, Alexa. So we're currently in a situation where we have two propane fired boilers. So we have a hot water heating system in our church, hot water circulation system. One of the boilers got damaged and needs to be replaced right now. So we're currently looking into that. So I'm thinking maybe we should also be reaching out to you guys at the same time. Yeah, it would be appropriate. Okay. And okay. And then I just wanted to follow up on that plexiglass question about response to the stained glass. We had plexiglass over several of our stained glass windows here, and we were noticing some warpage in the stained glass windows themselves. They're quite old. So we did have a stained glass guy passing through. So he did come and gave us some advice. And the thing about putting plexiglass up, he said, is it cannot be a complete seal. You do need to still have some, because it can get so hot between the plexiglass and your stained glass that he thinks that's what was additionally causing warpage in our stained glass windows. Anyways, I just wanted to offer that out since you were talking plexi and stained glass. But yeah, maybe we'll be in touch there, Alexa. Thank you.
Excited about that. And I do appreciate you bringing it up, because there are many nuances and ways that maybe a solution isn't the best for your building. I'm not a qualified building expert. But again, with our one-on-one consultations and obviously connecting with contractors, they definitely have the expertise in terms of assessing, hey, I want to put plexiglass on, but then assessing, saying maybe that's not the best option in this certain circumstance. So what we do try and do in our consultations and just supporting you throughout the process, it being a very unique and specific conversation about your church. We don't give generic solutions unless, it's something that's can be applied to a generic solution. We really try and understand your building and the challenges that your church or your congregation face directly. And in terms of your experience of your oil-fired heating system going out, we've had plenty of participants come to us at the brink of their heating system just failing, and having Faithful Footprints and the grant and the funding that we provide as a backbone to be able to quickly turn that around to continue to do your service. Because it's not the greatest, especially in the pit of winter, to be experiencing that and then not having the funding or the support to replace that as immediate as you can. So
Thank you.
yeah, just any of you all hearing as well. We are here in terms of any emergencies or urgent repairs that obviously fall under our eligibility and our requirements to be here for you to help you through that process. Good. Thank you, Virg. So we will go through a little bit of case studies out of the projects specifically in the Canadian Shield region. So these small projects, big impacts, will focus on two main areas: small projects as part of a larger project, and small projects supporting larger projects. So our first case study is Harmony St. Mark's United Church. So they're in the stage, as I mentioned, of projects completed. So now they have to wait that 1 year to see that full results from their projects. But for one, they represent small projects in a larger goal. So they started their process 3 years ago by installing energy efficient propane furnaces. So propane, still non-renewable, not the greatest for the environment, but it's what they could do at the time. So although they were still on propane, they were able to improve their system in part by reducing the amount of propane that their building required to operate. Obviously, having a more modern or an energy efficiency version that is more up to date. But through Faithful Footprints recently, they took another step towards reducing their environmental impact by installing 2 heat pumps in its hall and in its sanctuary. So not 12 heat pumps all across the building, but just 2 to offload their building's dependence on the propane furnace that they had installed in 2021. So not completely eliminate, but to lean less on the use of the propane. So eventually, through further work, the hope is that they can add more heat pumps with an end goal of becoming fully electric and operate solely on renewable energy sources. And this is just a perfect example of baby steps or smaller projects per se, as part of a larger project of being completely electric. So in the building industry, this is formally known as transitional planning. So a lot of people don't have the capacity, don't have the funds, don't have the space or even the time to be partaking in these huge renovations of the whole entire building. But it really just promotes and engages taking the steps that you can at the time that you can. And you can start with a smaller one and increase and improve as the years go by on to eventually reach your overall goal. So in addition to receiving a grant focused on their heating system of getting the 2 heat pumps, the church also received funding to install low-speed, high-volume fan in its sanctuary, so probably a higher ceiling sanctuary, replace emergency exit lights on the exterior of their building, as well as replace all lighting in the building with LED bulbs, to also refurbish fluorescent fixtures to adapt to LED tubes. So some of you may be thinking, they did heat pumps and all of this, as in like it's a lot of things to do. I've noticed that once you see these projects, that they've had a whole list of all the projects that they've done across their entire building, that when you look through them, they are smaller projects. And for instance, reducing your, let's say, old bulbs to LEDs, or reducing and changing your exit lights. These are examples that participants have from the past have just done. They haven't done the heat pumps, they haven't done the solar, they've just done the lights. So these projects and these examples showcase the examples that you can do in your building. You don't have to do the full list, you can just do one. The funding is there to support any sort of project, big or small, to reduce your environmental impact on the environment. So these are just a few pictures from their project. So the next example is Trinity United Capriole. So they had received a grant to install 10K of solar panels on their roof, and as well as seal their windows. So this is an example of smaller projects to support a larger project. I kind of insinuated it at the beginning, but for instance, they got approved for the solar panels, but they needed to ensure that their building in itself was ready and required to be able to support that solar panels. There's no reason of putting the solar panels on the roof and you having windows that just all the air just comes out. You are wasting electricity through that process. So this just showcases that you can do the big projects, but those smaller projects like sealing your windows, sealing your doors, improving any sort of air leakage in your building before you take on those larger projects. So through this, I just wanted to showcase before you do the big projects, when you do have the capacity to do so, it is very, very important to make sure that all those smaller projects are done and completed to really optimize and see the full benefit of, let's say, doing that full heating switch or doing those solar panels. And this is just a small nugget in terms of their environmental impact. Through these two projects, they were able to reduce their natural gas usage by 18.6 after a year, reduce their GHG emissions by 20, and reduce their energy costs by 6.7. And these are just a few pictures. Again, another example, replacing side door, replace 2 oil furnaces with propane furnaces, and install clear plexiglass on the stained glass windows in the sanctuary. So again, this is a mixture of doing the smaller projects like replacing your side door, but also the process of upgrading your system. Maybe you don't have enough money or you don't have the capacity to do that full non-renewable fuel switch, but they changed from 2 oil furnaces, which were probably very old furnaces, with propane furnaces. Not the greatest, but they did opt for more modern and energy efficiency. So even through the same fuel source, non-renewable, they were still able to reduce their oil usage, their GHG emissions, as well as their electricity usage. And again, similar to what we mentioned with the plexiglass, for them, it worked to install the clear plexiglass on their stained glass windows to reduce the air leakage and the thermal bridge through their windows. So again, the environmental impact really saw great reduction in terms of their energy cost from doing that fuel switch. That was probably where it's coming most of the time. And then the oil usage 21, GHG 21, as well as electrical usage by 24. So did anyone have any questions about the case studies?
No, that's very good.
So this is just one main thing of inspiration across the country. And although there's only a handful of projects specifically in the Canadian Shield region, there are similar stories, similar problems, similar project ideas across the region, or region in terms of Ontario, but also across the country that you can pull from and gain inspiration from. On our website, you can find the link to our grant map. So that's on the right side of the screen. So this just explores a bird's-eye view of completed projects across the country, as well as our case study section in our blog page. So as you can see, it's a little bit hard to read, but we do tag them through regions. So I know obviously you're not gonna face, let's say, the same challenges per se from a church from Newfoundland. But you may be experiencing some other similar issues and project ideas as maybe a rural church in Alberta. So it's tagged through region, but also through province, and it is tagged through if you're looking for energy efficiency projects that you can base it off of that, or maybe you want to use that fuel switch. So that would be the decarbonization tag. So we have tons of case studies over the past few years that you can read and just be inspired by. and get ideas on what your project can be.
I have one quick question, if I may.
Yep.
We have a reasonably new hot water heating system in the church, but our control system is kind of antique. We've got 3 or 4 different thermostats, and we've got one controlling the boilers, one controlling the actual distribution. Is it a reasonable project to buy a control system to make it a lot simpler to operate, so more than one person can manage it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's very hard when we have the the slides, or even on our website, in terms of energy efficiency projects or decarbonization projects. We only list a few, but the possibilities are really endless.
Yeah.
We have participants and they get approved and they get funding to do all sorts of things. It's really just what is decided in that consultation. We've had participants, just to encourage you, get funding or get a portion of their grant specifically for thermostats, specifically for rearranging their heating system, not necessarily that they're getting new things, but for it to be better managed and to better control your heating thermostats.
Exactly.
We do, short answer, yes, we do support, and our grant and our funding can support projects like that to just get thermostats better control.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So how can we support you to undertake small projects with big impacts? So in addition to our grants, obviously, we are here to help in terms of our services. I kind of mentioned it throughout the presentation, but we offer several free and paid services provided through our program delivery partner, Faith in the Common Good. For instance, like those DIY audits. And those audits and assessments, as well as our partnering organizations across the country. So it can be a bit daunting with a full load of questions and curiosities, concerns, or capacity issues, but we're here to help you through that journey and successfully support your retrofit project. So our support ranges from project consultations, in addition to the one-on-one consultation after you go through the EIY expression of interest form. We do energy and green audits, as I mentioned, funding and grant research. That can be a little bit tricky, so we are here to support and guide you towards, hey, this grant's available, maybe you should look into it and apply to it. So we do have that knowledge in terms of what's available at the current moment. Feasibility studies, so these are just similar to an audit, looking at your church, looking at your building, and what is actually feasible to reduce your environmental impact. Is it doing this or is it doing this? Environmental engagement, we've had participants really not know where to start in terms of the capacity, so helping them really engage their congregants and their members to be part of the project, to get support for the project from your leadership and from overall just community. And this kind of plays in part to the matching funds. A lot of participants do donations and fundraising. So really just trying to get your full congregation and your community in support. And then a few other ones are just installation services, helping you with contracting assistance on, similar to the first question that we had in the presentation, if you are unable to do it in-house, really connecting you with people that can really support your project and bring it to life. And then one very cool thing, I won't speak a little bit too much about it, but our Faithful Footprints on the Road. So this is a new initiative that we are working in the back end, and it's really going to be those energy audits, those green audits, on having staff from the Faithful Footprints go to rural areas across Ontario, I believe. I think there's a few in across the country. I'm not too sure. But really going out to drive out and help them look at their building and see what the possibilities are. So I don't have a timeline on that, but that is something on the works to really get not just, the downtown Toronto core and easily accessible congregations and churches, but really wanting everyone to take advantage.
Alexa, I think you're breaking up. I don't know. Could just be a stream problem here because we do have a lot of going on electronically. We are coming up. We are coming up at our break time. So, Alexa, can you hear me? Yeah, I think we're having. There we go. Alexa, are you still there? Well, I'd just like to thank Alexa for her time and for the very informative presentation that she has shared with us today. And if she can hear me, unfortunately I think she's here, but we can't hear her. So on behalf of everybody here at Canadian Shield Regional Council Regional Meeting, thank you very much for your presentation with us today. And if you have any questions for Alexa, you can be in contact with us, and we can make sure to connect you to Faithful Footprints for other information for your own communities of faith going forward.
Hi everyone, I'm not too sure what happened.
Oh, there she is.
Sorry, I'm not too sure what happened. And I looked at my Wi-Fi and it was like fully, so I'm not too sure. But I guess I'll just share my screen quickly. It was just the last slide.
I'm the one who left it.
I think we're headed back to the plenary shortly. So this is all your contact information? Okay, great.
Yeah, this was the last slide. Just connect with us. Our program manager that wasn't able to be here today, unfortunately. But our grant audit, any questions on that, energy benchmarking, if you have any questions on that, and obviously on the right, myself, media and communications, if you have any questions.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Alexa. And if anybody needs to contact Faithful Footprints, you can always reach out to Shining Water staff, and we'll be able to get you some of that connection, that information as well. And do you have a website address for us that you could just quickly share?
Yeah, I can put it on the chat. It's just faithfulfootprints.org.
Yeah, I thought it was probably simple to remember. Good. Well, thank you very much. So I think we're going to go back to our plenary now, but we certainly appreciate your time today, Alexa.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the regional meeting today.
Thank you.
So we're just waiting for Janet McDonald to join us on screen. So if you have your budget handy. Oh, there she is. Okay, Janet is with us. We need to put her on the screen once the tech team gets her up there.
Okay. After this morning, I only had 2 questions, which has to be a record. So let me try and answer them. The first question was, what is the property sales and how does it get spent? So for 2023, we sold a few churches. Only the amounts that are left after the expenses do we get. Chelmsford, Holy Trinity, and Manitouwadge, less the expenses from the sale and the distributing sales of these of the assets of these properties are in that amount. And then there was a question about spending and how do we spend that money? Money that comes in this way, like all other money, is spent at the discretion of the regional council through its budgeting process and based on the principles of our priorities, engaging with the spirit to inspire, connect, and empower communities of faith. Thank you, Diane, for the last little part. So that was one question. The second question, I think, is a clarification issue, and that's the budget for pastoral relations. For pastoral relations for the supervisors, why do congregations have to pay as well? And the quick answer to that is pastoral charge supervisors are all paid by the region. The congregations should not be paying their pastoral charge supervisors directly, except for their expenses. Congregations are charged, or communities of faith are charged at the rate of $90 per quarter or $360 per year. The region charges and then the region distributes to the supervisors. So I hope that clarifies. If not, I'm hoping Rob is online to help if we have any other questions. So Nancy, I think we're on to moving, and
Indeed.
if there's debate.
Janet, thank you for that good work you did. It's now time to vote on the budget. So we need a motion. We do have a motion that should be on the screen soon. It's going to be moved by Bill Jones, who's on the finance resource team. And we need a seconder, but the motion will read that on the recommendation of the executive, the Canadian Shield Regional Council approve the 2025 draft budget as presented. So that's the motion. We have a mover. We need a seconder. Bill Stedman. Thank you, Bill. Is there any discussion? If there is, you have to go to the microphone. Seeing anyone online? No one, nothing online? Okay. Oh, yes.
Thanks, Nancy. Steve Lowe with Westminster United Church Thunder Bay. For the Festival of Faith, I just wanted to know if it could be clarified whether or not Shining Waters would also have the same amount in their budget, if we're allowed to know that, the 18,000 that's stated for hours for 2025.
Okay, so Janet, the Festival of Faith is going to be shared between the two regions, and the question is, are they paying an equal portion to cover the cost? 18,000, I think is.
Considering I did the budget for both of them, I'm pretty sure if it's not the same, it's very close.
So the idea was that the partnership would be 50-50.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Okay. And none online. Okay, so hearing none. You've heard the motion before you, but before we vote, we're going to offer our prayer. And our prayer is going to be led by James Coe, and he's going to share it in Korean. So James.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm James Coe from Trinity United Church. Here is a prayer in Korean before the vote. 창조주 하나님, 우리는 리저널 카운슬 모임에서 잠시 멈춤의 시간을 갖기를 원합니다. 예산안 표결과 여러 제안들의 표결에 앞서 우리가 나누는 대화의 단편들을 모아 우리의 생각, 우리의 토의, 우리의 마음을 통해 주님의 뜻을 알기를 원합니다. 지금 투표를 준비하면서 우리를 주님께 집중시켜 주십시오. 예수님의 이름으로 기도합니다. 아멘.
So we now know how that process of voting works. If you're in the plenary, you want to raise your voting card, and if you're online, you hit your hand. So we're going to start with the yeses. So in the plenary, if you're voting yes, please put up your voting card. It's the white card, and if you're online, please raise your hand, and our scrutineers on both platforms will count the votes.
So the vote was 91 in favor, none opposed, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Jody and Melody. The motion is carried. Now, before we move into our next vote, next voting on the next motion, and that's for the chair-elect, we're also going to ground ourselves in prayer, but we've got to get that motion first, don't we? No, I guess we don't. No, we're casting ballots. Sorry. That's why we're going to have the prayer first, but before we do, I think I might want to explain what we're going to do because it's slightly different. So now that we got a handle on the way we just voted, we have to change it up a bit because we're voting differently. We're voting by ballot rather than voting card. Okay. So you're going to get a ballot. Those are, I think, being handed out now. Oh, yes, you have to show your voting card in order to get a voting ballot. Okay, so we're going to do that. The online folks, oh, don't touch them though. Like, don't mark them yet. Wait. We have to pray first. But for the online folks, Donna explained it to you yesterday during orientation. She's going to launch a poll. So you're just going to click the name of the candidate you wish, but she's not going to launch that quite yet. Yeah, I'm thinking. Now, Lawrence Muvunzi, if you might want to come on up. We'll have you up here. Shown up, right? Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. So we want to make sure everyone has their ballot. If you got your voting card up, we know you don't have one yet. So we're about to vote for the next chair-elect. We have 2 candidates before us. You've discerned probably during a bit of time after receiving their presentations. And Lawrence Muvunzi is now going to center us in prayer before we vote, and he's going to speak in the Shona language.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Greetings to you all. My name is Lawrence Muvunzi from UCC Blind River and Iron Bridge. It's a collaborative ministry. I'm going to pray in Shona Tinamate. That is to say, let us pray. Mwari Baba Musiki, tinonyarara pamberi penyu. Batanidzai zvimvari zvinobva munhaurirano dzedu. Pindai mudangariro dzedu nemwoyo yedu. Zvotopinda musarudzo, titungamirirei. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to invite those in the plenary to turn over your ballot and to cast your vote by marking an X beside the name of the candidate you're voting for. Don't put a mark anywhere else on your ballot, just beside the name. And once you're finished, fold your ballot in half and hold it in the air, and the scrutineer will pick it up. Those who are online, the poll has been launched, and you're invited to respond to that poll. Okay. Oh, you do already. Okay. Any opposed, please raise your white voting card. Online, raise your hand. There's none here. Okay. Any abstentions, raise your voting card. Any abstentions, raise your voting card. Online or in the plenary. Okay. Anticipation is overwhelming.
That vote is 77 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions.
Okay. The vote is carried. Thank you. All right. So moving right along, Kathy Smith has been sharing the role of chair of the nominations with Barb Knott. Kathy is here present. So she is coming forward to share the new slate of officers. And then we have a motion. and then a prayer. It's a long process. Then, no. Almost. Okay. Unless you want to do it after this one. Okay. Kathy.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you on behalf of nominations. Thank you to all those who put their name forward and to all those who still continue to serve and remained on the different teams. So at this time, I'd just like to make an announcement about the process. So there are going to be some vacancies on what I'm going to share with you. But please know, as per the normal procedures and that what happens in between meetings, nominations will continue to try and fill those spots. Then they make a recommendation to the executive, and the executive will approve that, and then people will fall into those vacant spots. So don't worry, you may still be tapped. Oh, don't worry, it's all good. I mean, there's joy in this work, I tell you. There we go. Yeah, it's a good news story. There's always joy in the work of the wider church. So there we go. Now, can folks see that? First up is the executive. So Chair Nancy continues to serve as chair. Then we have our new chair-elect, Bill Jones. Just disregard what's up there. We've already elected Bill Jones. The representative from the Pastoral Relations Commission will be Stuart Walker. Jim Jackson will be the representative from Support Communities of Faith. He continues. Dave LeGrand continues. Master Tsakala continues. Susan Lindquist continues. And Bill Stedman continues on that. The other new members are Susan Peverly, Lori Stevenson, and Lionel Catola. There's one vacancy left on executive. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just wondering.
Is the microphone on?
I don't know.
Microphone number 1.
It's
okay.
red.
All right.
It's red.
Is there a representative from the new Property Commission on the executive?
The Property Commission, we have it as a property resource team, but as of the last executive meeting would be on April 25th. The executive approved the development of the Property Commission, and they have until May 25th to come up with the terms of reference for that. So these folks, we have them as property resource team. You okay, Gord? Help them up there, somebody.
My question is, we have a meeting on May 9th. Are we meeting as a resource team or as a commission?
Bill Stedman is heading to the microphone.
Phew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Stedman from Coppercliff United. I'm really speaking not in my role as parliamentarian, but as a member of the executive, who I think has an answer I can share, although Peter would do it if he was here in person. The executive did approve the property people to become a commission. Part of that discussion, and so you are a commission and you act as a commission, as I understand it immediately, Gord, so you don't have to worry. When it comes to the executive, the issue of whether or not you are on the executive, we didn't discuss, because the second part of that discussion or motion was the terms of reference for the executive need to be reviewed. I'm assuming part of that review will be whether or not the Property Commission chair is on the executive. It seems logical to me, but we haven't made that second point decision yet. So you are a commission and you can work as a commission. And by the next meeting of the executive, the terms of that role as chair of commission will be clarified.
Yeah. And that next meeting is May 30th. Just to keep you.
Yeah, I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but I don't want to be out of line on May 9th and make a decision that people go, you didn't have authority to do that. So.
Are you good with Bill's response, Gord?
I'm good with Bill's response. I want to know if it's the response.
It is the response
It
of
is
the
the
executive.
response of the executive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can act as a commission.
Thank you, Gord.
But thank you for the question of clarification, and thank you, Bill, for.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, moving on to nominations committee. So as of this meeting, Helen Smith will be stepping down. She would be the executive rep on nominations. So at the next executive, they will appoint someone to be part of the nominating committee. Marty Mumford remains there, Janice Brownlee remains there, and I will remain there until we get further on and can find a replacement for me. And Barb, the chair-elect, would then become the chair. Correct?
Apparently.
Apparently. That's what we decided in November of
Yes.
25.
Yes.
Of 2024, sorry.
Yeah.
Or 2023. Sorry, I'm
So Bill Jones. Guess.
At our last
Guess
Zoom
what?
meeting on November 25th of 2023, we had changed our model to a 4-year model. And so the chair-elect, once they get into position as chair-elect, then they become the chair of nominating committee. No, the past chair moves on.
Past chair has finished their term after 6 months. So it's in the digest of actions.
Moving on, next to finance committee, please, Celio. Thank you. So members on the finance team are Dave Clark, Barb Cunnington, Bill Jones, Michael Wessa, and there is one position available. So we would really love a rep from the Sioux area or the North Bay area for that team. Now we will move on to pastoral relations, please, all the way up. Celio, good. That's good. Thank you. So the chair is Stuart Walker. Karen Gooch remains as secretary, and Fraser Williamson will remain there. He's a liaison officer. Joy Galloway serves as liaison. Jan Benton, Aaron Todd, Jane Graham, Ted Harrison, Elaine Lush, and the 2 new members are Cindy Raby and Stephen Loweth. Can you move that up now to the support communities of faith? Thank you. So the chair is Jim Jackson, secretary Marty Mumford. Members are Susan Peverly, Ernie Epp, Crystal Gregg, Bonnie Johnson, Marilyn Schatzler. New members are Janice Brownlee, Kathy Caverly, and Desire Therapy. And there's 1 vacant spot. We're thinking the Sudbury area for that one. So I know there's people in Sudbury that have gifts for that. We'll find you. Moving on to property resource. The lead on this, so he would be the chair, would be Gord Roberts. Members are Janet Ross, Paul McAllister, Wayne Jeffkins, Bill Jones. New members, Rob Ferris and James Coe. Then we move on to mission support and grants resource team. The lead is Dave Clark. Members include B. Webb, Nancy Rubel, Christine Paul, Susan Siskar, Gary Fisher, and there are 2 vacant spots on that team, on that committee. If you'd like to be part of that team, we were looking for people North Bay, Sudbury, and Timmins areas. Right relations, please, Celio. The lead there is Lisa Blair. Members include Janie Clayton, Susan Lindquist, Linda Ambrose, Sylvia Karskaden, Brian Mundell, Whitney Bruno, and the new member is Lionel Kitola. And we will move on to the affirming ministry. The lead is Peter Haddo. Members include Marilyn Schatzler, Susan Merrier, Whitney Bruno, Ryan Fay, Charles Bolduc, Susan Peverly, Harry Stewart, and Caitlin Smithers. And moving on to youth and young adult, the team lead is vacant. Members are Christina Boggs, Pam Brown, Diane Tate, Kathy Dahmer, and Blessing Terepi. Now, just so folks know, this resource team, They haven't been doing a lot lately, but we have a new staff member, Sean Redden. Where's Sean? Is she in the room? Oh, she's over at Willow Grove. She's been doing some work, and she hopes to get this this team filled up and get back on course. So that would be a wonderful thing. And so that is the slate of officers. And I want to say that, folks, we really appreciate your passions and your gifts. And I know that many of you may have passions that you might see in some of these teams. So check them out, please, as we continue to tap.
It's green. So now we have a motion to come before the court, and the motion will be by Kathy Smith. We'll need a seconder. And the motion reads that the Canadian Shield Regional Council elect those listed in the nomination slate to serve on the Canadian Shield Regional Council executive, commissions, committees, and resource teams of the Canadian Shield Regional Council for the stated terms as they apply. Not, oh, I know that. So, the motion's before us. We're going to see if there's any discussion, and then we'll have the prayer, and then we'll vote. So I see Jim Jackson's hand up, but you're going to second that. Thank you, Jim Jackson. Is there any discussion about the motion? Melody?
For the knowledge of the court, Gary Fisher is not serving any longer on Mission Support Grants team.
Okay,
and
thank you.
There was one other.
So
Linda Ambrose recently retired from the Right Relations Resource Team, very recently.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to make those two amendments then.
So we'll make those amendments.
Are there any other amendments that Kathy was not aware of? Oh,
I have a question.
Okay,
Sure.
name from a distance.
Hang on.
Kathy?
Kathy,
I have a
Go ahead,
question.
Laura.
I'm not sure why my name
Stuff
was
in the
crossed
table so
off
we can
on the
pick up
youth
upstairs. Feel free.
mission.
I'm not aware. That particular group has not been as functional as we had hoped. So I'm not exactly sure why it was stroked off.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you on it?
Are you on that team?
As far as I know, I am on that team.
Okay.
Okay. So we're adding Laura Hutchinson to.
I'm actually going to try just take off the X. I can't do it here.
Okay. But you've made a notation? Okay. Is there any other comments?
Okay, let me amend
Before.
that. Those
That's what it's
positions. Are you
what I'm
do
going to
that?
say. So Kathy and Jim, you've moved and seconded that motion. We're changing it to as corrected, right?
Good with that.
Are you okay with that? Just keep your names standing as movers and seconders.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
So before we vote, you've heard and there's no more discussion because nobody else is at the microphone, right? So we need Celio. Celio is going to lead us in prayer and share it in Portuguese. Here he comes. There he is. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Célio de Andrade Santos Jr. I work for Shining Waters and Canadian Shield Regional Council, and we offer a prayer in Portuguese. Criador, pausamos agora para respirar. Recolha os fragmentos da nossa conversa, teça sua vontade através de nossos pensamentos e nossos corações. Enquanto nos preparamos para votar, nos concentre em você. Amém.
Thank you, Celio. Okay, we're shifting back to our old way of voting. No more ballots. So you need to get your voter's card out. So if you're voting yes to the motion as it was read, please, in your plenary, please raise your white voting card. If you're online, please raise your hand by hitting the button. And our scrutineers will count and
the vote is 80 Yes, 0 no, and 0 abstention.
The motion is carried. And thank you to all those who have stepped forward to serve. Okay, so now I'm going to ask the members of the new executive to stand or wave. And I'm wondering if we should have the Zoom participants on the screen, if that's possible. I'm not sure whether some of them are on the screen joining us remotely or not. Okay, so let's have the rest of the gang with us in person. So if I call your name, could you stand or wave from your respective location? So we're going to start with, so the new chair-elect is Bill Jones. The past relations rep, Stuart Walker. Support to communities. Stay standing. Support to communities of faith, Jim Jackson. Members at large, Dave Legrand, Master Sekala, Susan Lindquist, Bill Stedman, Susan Peverly, Lori Stevenson, Lionel Catola, and the vacant one. and the first one to stand gets that spot. Thank you. Thank you. Well, yes, that's right. That's right. So thank you so much and welcome to our new executive. And to those who served, thank you. Okay, we've done that. Look at that. We've done that. Kathy, it's your turn again. Yeah, we have some announcements. Yeah, look at that. Whew. Right on time. My goodness gracious. Don't slow down. So we have some announcements from Kathy. Do we have one for the book room here too?
Oh, we should invite her over.
We should invite Pat. Helen, could you go get Pat?
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there's Pat. You could come closer.
Pat, are you all sold out?
No?
No?
Oh, she's
crying.
You don't want to make Pat cry.
You want to make a brief announcement before I do this? All right, come on up.
Just tell us how many books you have left and we'll buy them.
Well, you are the best.
We know.
It has been such a pleasure to be here and meet all of you and see you buy things. But the biggest praise is for Carmen, who is just like my best buddy for selling books. So she's mentioned a few. Melody mentioned some. If you want them, you can get them. Remember, no shipping. We're more than happy to get them to you. But thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just been wonderful to be here and continue to support Grand River Books in Paris, Ontario.
Woohoo! Thank you, Pat.
Thanks, Pat. That was awesome.
Thank you, Pat.
So just a couple of announcements as we move in. I'll give some instruction to get to your breakout sessions. But Erin Todd, she's done a few little breaks with us, right? Well, she's willing to offer a 15-minute pre-dinner workout for every body. Everybody. There you go. You heard it right from her. If interested, please gather at the affirming table at 5:15. Correct, Erin? All right. Awesome. So now we enter into a time of roundtables or breakouts or open session. We've used that almost throughout the whole weekend. So there's a sheet on your table. So if the location that you chose is, if you're here with the moderator or in the plenary, right, at the first session, or if it says plenary, you're here. If it says Ontario room, you go out the door, follow the arrows, past the fish tank, and all the way down, and it's the first door on the left. If you're in the South Ballroom, you go out and you go down, and it's the last door on the right. And if you're at Willow Grove, Helen Smith, she's going to be at the front of the hotel at the main doors, and she's going to help you, give you directions to get to Willow Grove. Okay? Oh, awesome. We have a tour guide. Thank you. Thank you. So, folks, please know that at Willow Grove, if you are seeking a quiet spiritual renewal, a labyrinth has been set up, and it is a self-directed walk. But we give thanks to the Manitou Intentional Learning Community for setting that up and helping with the direction. So because this is a spiritual time, perhaps this might be a wonderful time that you could prayerfully and intentionally add steps in support of our siblings in Palestine and Israel. So tonight there's a banquet, and we are looking forward to that banquet. The doors open here at 5:45. Banquet begins at 6 p.m. Don't forget your golden ticket. Right? Now, for the participants that are on Zoom, a banquet video has been prepared, and it will be played for your viewing at 5:30 p.m. Following that video, the Zoom connection will be no more. It will be closed. The Zoom link will be opened again tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m. and the gathering music for this space will begin at 8:45 as well. Everything takes place here tomorrow. It will be transformed. There will be chairs. This is where our celebration of ministry takes place tomorrow morning. So, gathering music begins at 8:45. So we'll see you then. We'll see you at the banquet now. So, yes.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You must take all of your belongings with you. Okay? Right now, when you leave, you need to take everything that belongs to you, take it with you, because the Quattro is transforming the place for our banquet. Okay? So please don't leave anything behind. Thanks for your attendance. Yes, we have a question. Jim, you want to come to the mic, or are you just going to yell at me? Okay. No, pick it up on your way out. There you go. Anybody else? Caitlin had a question.
Yes.
When you leave the plenary after the session, take your stuff with you, okay? So if you're here, you don't have to take your stuff right away, but
if you're not here,
take it. There you go.
But by 4:30, hey, they need to get in.
Yes, everybody needs to be out of this room by 4 p.m., I think it is. 4 o'clock. Okay, thanks, everyone. Do you want to say anything, Nancy?
No, enjoy your time this afternoon in your groups and sessions and soak up as much as you can.
Hello, everyone. We're just going to get Melody spotlit once I find her. There she is. Hi, Melody. Are you all set?
I just want to make sure people can hear me okay. Zoom says they can hear me. You can all hear me.
Fine.
Excellent. I ran across the hotel to be with you today here. So I'm very excited to be sharing. So we're going to do a little more practice today. So I think, am I now the host and I can share? Excellent.
You should be good to go. Yeah.
Wonderful. Let me just double check I have everything here. All right. That's the one I want to see. All right, can everybody see this? What's on the screen? Making sure people can see that as well. So if you didn't know already, this is where we this is where what we're doing this afternoon for the next few minutes. We're going to be practicing our good news stories, thinking about how that works, what we're learning from that experience, and doing a little more skill building. As I've already mentioned, my name is Melody Duncanson Hales. I am your minister serving Canadian Shield in the area of congregational support, as well as in supporting your stewardship efforts. So I'm really grateful to be with you today. I have a feeling, I have a sense have you had some time to get to know each other a little bit from across the the province? Just wondering how things are going with that. Any indication? I can still see you, by the way. I know you can see the screen, but I can still see you as well.
We've had some breakout groups and one-on-ones when called for from the plenary. So yeah, we're starting to get to know each other.
Excellent. Okay. Was just wondering about that. So lovely. All right. So I'm just gonna so the purpose of the workshop today is to consider how to tell that inspiring story of whether it's a specific ministry or a project, both in that general sense. We're going to do a little bit of skill building. And then if we have time, we might think about how stories might be used for your community of faith in terms of grant applications and reporting. As we get to know each other, you probably had some chance to get to know where you're from, who's in. I don't know if anybody else from the plenary is joining us, but if you're new into this group, I'd welcome folks to put in where they're joining us from. It's kind of neat to see where everybody is. So thank you. I would like to share a plan for our time. So we're going to begin by grounding in scripture, and we'll do some why are we doing this? How do we tell our stories? What do we need to tell our stories? Where are some of the spaces we can share our stories? And then we're going to do some practice and reflecting together. So let's take a deep breath and ground ourselves in the great story, in the most wonderful story. And here we begin from Matthew 28, verses 1 to 10. And I just want to share this scripture with us because telling our good news isn't just about marketing. It's not about influence. It's theological, and it's at the heart of being Christian. So I just want to remind ourselves of this with the scripture passage. After the Sabbath, as the first day of the week was dawning, Mary of Magdalene and the other Mary went to see the tomb. And suddenly there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descending from heaven came and rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning and his clothing as white as snow. For fear of him, the guards shook and became like dead men. But the angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He was not here, for he has been raised, as he said. Come, see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples he has been raised from the dead, and indeed he is going ahead of you to Galilee, and there you will see him. This is my message for you." So they left the tomb quickly with fear and great joy and ran to tell his disciples. And suddenly Jesus met them and said, "Greetings." And they came to him, took hold of his feet, and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them, "Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers and sisters to go to Galilee, and there they will see me." So, my friends, what are you noticing about sharing good news from that story? You can unmute yourself to speak into the space.
Dress in white and be brilliant.
Be brilliant.
Sparkle.
Don't wait to tell your story.
Yeah.
Tell it. Tell it as soon as you know it.
That's true, before you lose courage or let disbelief settle in or anything like that.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Don't talk down to your audience. Refer to them as my friends.
Siblings in Christ, right? Go and tell my siblings.
Reassure your audience. Be not afraid.
Be not afraid.
Take it from the heart. You don't have to always prepare everything beforehand,
right.
or else you lose your chance.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else? What strikes me too is that there is fear and great joy. It can sometimes be a little disconcerting to have a story to share, and that's okay. Like, I think it's very human to have fear and great joy, all of those emotions held at once. Absolutely.
Yeah, particularly with a story like that. I mean, if you're going to repeat that to other people, automatically in your mind, it's going to be, oh, they're not going to believe me.
Right.
This is too fantastic.
It's all fabulous. How fabulous.
Right.
So why do we tell our stories? And you can maybe name into the chat why you think we should be telling our stories. I have some thoughts on that too. But the first reason we tell our story is because of this. Oops, why can't I? It's supposed to go on a click. Maybe this way, click. There we go. We are people of good news. That is the very, very first reason why we tell our story, isn't it? Any other thoughts about why we tell good news, why we tell our stories? Anybody who's done any stewardship work with me, go ahead.
We're excited about it.
Because it's inspiring, right? We want to inspire and encourage each other. That is definitely on my list. And we want to inspire others to join us. So there, inspiring donors and potential donors. It's another reason to tell a story. A third reason, and it's a really important reason, is about transparency. And this is where we see this in our stewardship research and understanding of best practices. People give to people, and people give when they can trust, right? And so people are more inclined to give and participate if they believe that you are being faithful with their gifts. And that's why you tell the stories, for transparency. That's another reason why. Yeah. I think it was Gail that already talked about inspiring, encouraging each other. There's some really practical reasons, again, for telling our stories and having good well-crafted stories. And they might not pop into your mind, but maybe they do. If you've worked with me on the grants things, so I've asked for money, applying for grants, and there's a number of different grants that you could be applying both within the Canadian Shield and in the Wider United Church, and even with community grants. You need to know how to tell your story there. And you need to know how to tell a good story when you're reporting on your use of funding. Does this make sense for folks? So if you were listening at all to the conversation we were having this morning right before lunch, I've got some ideas on how to tell a story and how to do it effectively. What are some of your thoughts on how you tell your stories?
You have to you have to at least appear and be sincere.
Right. Yep.
I think preferably it's done face to face.
Yeah.
You mentioned including the person you're speaking with into the story.
Yeah. Yeah. Make them the hero.
Melody, don't be a Debbie Downer like when you were talking to Susan.
Exactly. Because then where's the room for, hope, or where's the room for inclusion, right? Like, honestly, do we want to be part of, and sometimes we do couch our stories. I think, Crystal, you're talking about don't be a Debbie Downer, but it's true. We can be realistic and we can be honest, but we don't have to be pessimistic. We can craft and be careful about our communications. And sometimes I wonder in the church if we are taking our time to consider some of these things.
Look on the bright side.
Yes, I think that's important. Yeah. Optimism.
And
some enthusiasm.
Also, you need to look at people. You need to look them in the eye. If you get their attention and you pull them in, if you look directly at them rather than just kind of glancing over the top, you need to look at people.
Yeah. When you're taking some of our stewardship stuff, I mentioned already this morning about getting started in stewardship. We talk about some of the core understandings of inspire, invite, and thank. And one of the key pieces that we know is that, again, people give to people. I know that it's easy for us to stand up and say we need something like, we need a new boiler, or we need a new roof, and that's a project, and we can fundraise for that. And there's different ways of approaching those issues. But honestly, people don't give to something that they have no connection to, that they don't have a relationship with, but they give to people when you look them in the eye and you make that ask, right? When you look for those shining eyes. Yeah. So here I have some thoughts around how we tell our story in a positive way, things to remember when we tell our stories. The first thing is not that slide. Let's try this again. First thing is to name the problem and the solution. I think oftentimes we just stop at naming the problem and expect people to fill in the blanks. But when we name a problem and an achievable solution to the problem, and that's the place where we get people, or we engage people into being the solution, into being the hero of the story. It shifts from that just stopping at the problem into good news. And when we name the problem and the solution, we can be as specific as possible. So the problem might be food insecurity in our community. Well, if we stop there, that is a huge, overwhelming problem. And what do we do about it? I don't even know where to start. So give me something to start with, right? And give me a reason why this is something that matters. So food security, that might be the problem. Talking about food security, there's a start. Food security for children, getting more specific, food security for children in my local school. That is something that I can do something about. And see, so we get more and more specific as we go on. Another thing to remember when we're telling our stories, how we tell our stories, to describe the impact. So this can be really helpful if we have some goals in mind for what the story is going to do. Think about that ministry and think about what are the goals that you want to achieve with that ministry, and then you can start to measure some impact. You can start to build your story up from what you're experiencing. And another way of thinking about this could be, if this ministry did not exist, what is lost? So you have to think about the impact. What is the purpose? Another thing to remember when we're creating our stories and how we tell our stories, to always connect with meaning. And I spoke about this earlier today, and I talked about how generosity is not about ability to give, but it's about motivation, because we all have capacity to give something, right? Something. That's what it means to be human. We have capacity to be generous people. And we are moved to generosity through meaning and relationships. So asking and connecting to that meaning and answering those questions around why us and why now can make for a much more compelling story. This piece around considering our audience, and you talked about making those personal connections. And so consider who is going to be the audience for the story, who is receiving that, and who is going to be benefiting from the story. So maybe your community, for example, just spent some money renovating the hall. And most of the community of faith, most of those people coming to church on a Sunday, don't see the youth program that's happening on Friday nights. So give those people who are supporting, that new hall and that renovation, a sense of why and how that space matters, that we are working to create a warm, comfortable place, a place that is that we're working to improve the technology so that we can have great movie nights. And I'm gonna welcome one of those youth who are directly affected, and I want to invite them to say to our audience, like, this is a second home for us. So this is compelling reasons why you are part of our story. If you're looking beyond your community of faith, you might focus less then on the physical space, maybe that's not the story you want to look at. If you're looking at involving participants and donors to support the program, you might be talking again about why the programming is transformational. And you can say, well, Mary says she has more confidence at school because of the safe social environment she experiences through this program. So you got to kind of remember what the nuances and who you're speaking to. It could be somebody, one of those core members that are aware and they need to be motivated to give in a particular way. Or you might be speaking to somebody from outside of your community of faith. Maybe it's a community member in the wider community. And so you might change your story to suit that audience. Any other thoughts as we continue? Well, let's move on then to exploring what we need for our story. What do you think might be some of the things that would be helpful to have as you are developing a story, looking at a ministry, inviting support for that ministry? What would you need to tell your story? What are some of the things that you can think of?
Pictures help.
Pictures help a lot. So that means you got to think ahead, right? Bring the camera to the event. Have someone designated to take the pictures. Make sure there are video release forms available, right? So that means you got to think ahead. What else would be helpful to tell a good story?
Sometimes arranging a tour with some tea or coffee afterwards or something like that.
So hospitality, how are you going to tell the story? Is there hospitality involved? Planning for those things. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyone else?
Displays?
Absolutely. Lots of ways that media can be used, for sure. And all of this takes planning, right? All of this takes planning. So that means that having goals for how you want to tell your story and then thinking about what do you need to tell a good story is really important. And it's important to know what to look for and what to track. Now, there's some things that we haven't named in this group. And I would invite us to consider that this might be helpful. Now, data. At a certain point in my time in my life, and there's a few people on the call who have known me for a long time, I would not have thought that tracking data was important. I just saw that as that's just a detail thing that I could never remember to do. However, I will tell you this, knowing information, demographics, numbers, volunteer hours, costs, and values, putting some kind of a number on things can be really helpful to tell a story, especially for folks who are detail-oriented, as part of knowing your audience, right? Making sure that you are thinking ahead to gather feedback and evaluation, right? What are people's experiences of the ministry? Finally, looking at who's involved, where the impact is, and inviting quotes, inviting people's feedback, and then asking to use quotes. And we've already named audio, visual media. And some of the working ahead is, again, requesting consent and permission to use that media, pictures, quotes, videos. But don't let any of that hold you back. Many people, like it's okay to ask. It's okay to ask for this consent. So many people, if they've experienced something amazing, they want to share that story. And many people want to express their gratitude in this way. If they're not comfortable having their name out there, it's okay. You can just use a fake name or use initials, or you can just say something like a participant experienced or the parent of someone experienced. You can generalize that, but having real experiences is really, really important. And that leads me to this point, that the individual story is more meaningful than the whole. So you may have noticed in my two stories this morning about mission and service, they talked at the first one. I mean, I made made the examples as explicit as possible. I made it super general, and we were trying to fix all the problems. And mission said, we're going to try, but I don't know. It was so overwhelming because it's so big. And the whole piece can be overwhelming. So look for those individual stories and try to connect individual to individual. So I could tell, that dial down in that individual story, and here's an individual picture. And when I'm speaking to someone that I would like to inspire and encourage in connecting with a project, I want to connect with their feelings and build that relationship to the purpose that they and the effects that they can have within the ministry. So the individual is always much more meaningful than the whole. Finally, where can we tell the story, right? Can you think of places within your own community of faith that you might share stories in different ways? Where are some opportunities you might have to share a story?
Depends on what you're wanting to share, but you could use the minute for mission.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's worship time you can use. You can craft something there.
Coffee time.
Coffee time.
Coffee time after service.
Yeah, at the end of every service, we have minute for mission and announcements. So that's the time. And then we finish with benediction. So that's one time to share with your congregation. I mean, it depends on the type of event you're trying to do. If it's a big event, you may want to go to the media so you can get a radio interview.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yep. Use media.
You could use the church newsletter, church bulletin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking about the annual meeting and the annual report packet.
Yeah.
Sharing good stories there. What other ways do you have of communicating in your community? What about your church sign? Is there something that you could put out there?
You could. It's true.
Good. Maybe. Yeah.
And we put up placards outside if we had something.
Anybody using social media?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. How like if you're using social media, using pictures to tell the story, really important. Yeah.
One of the things that I found interesting is that we expanded it, and I have a long email list of people. Some of them don't live near our church. They used to go to church, but they've gone somewhere else. And so I've asked them, do you want to continue? I send out emails saying what's going on and stuff, telling the story. And quite a few people who don't come to church want to stay on that email list. So they want to be kept in the loop. And I hear, even though I don't know any names or anything, but I hear that some of those people still donate to the church, even though they don't come to church. So what someone said earlier today, the Lord works in mysterious ways. So you just never know for sure what you cast out there, what's going to come back to you, I guess. And you have to have faith, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have well over 200 members on our Facebook page. On Sunday, we may have 12 people in the sanctuary. A lot of the people on the Facebook page are from out of town. It used to be their mother's church. They like to keep in touch with what's happening. And if a story comes up where we want a donation or something, you just never know what ears are listening.
Yeah, when we have two of our more specific fundraising things, we have a memorial hymn sing every year. And we send out, that's the same time I'll send out a spring newsletter. And that will go to people with a memorial hymn sing sheet, and they'll pick hymns they particularly would like to have in memory of whoever it is they want to have that memory about, and mail that back in. And we find very good attendance for that service as well. So that's one way of getting the message across. And we'll do the same thing before Christmas to do the bake sale poem. We'll go out with the Christmas newsletter that goes out. And these are people that you may not see them in the church, but they will send some funds to help out and communicate in that way. And they seem to like to get caught up on the news of what's happening in that way. We as well have many people that have moved out of the community, used to be their church when they lived here, or their parents' church. So that kind of direct mail communication, although it's, you're paying for the stamps, but it's worth it.
Yeah. And those communications can be part of your annual giving time, which is a time when congregations are intentional about inviting people to consider their giving going forward. So using those stories with different groups of people. So maybe you're crafting a story that will be sent to first-time givers to consider how they have opportunities to give. Maybe you're sending letters with your tax receipts with a thank you and an opportunity. Maybe you're telling good news stories when you're doing PAR communications. Right? There's all kinds of different places where you can tell those good news stories to inspire, right? And to maybe make an invitation. And anytime you're saying thank you, to include a story of impact, right? How many groups of people do letters, thank you letters with their receipts? Yes, Catherine? Gail? Yeah, because you're doing them too. So in those thank you letters, are you including good news stories? Or is there a some inspiration that you might consider sharing a good news story with those tax receipts?
We, as Sheguenda, had a very small financial statement, so we would try to put in everything we could in our reports. We had 2 reports and a financial. And that's one of the things I send out as well, with their receipts for the end of the year.
Right.
That would, it would be something we could do anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And how many groups do something called narrative budgets? Maybe, Catherine, you're mentioning with the annual report. Do you know the practice of a narrative budget, which is a budget which tells a story as opposed to a line item budget?
We haven't done it that way in our annual general report. I mean, each organization within the church puts in a report, and then you have the budget attached to that document.
Yeah,
but it's not put with
the
report. But how do
so
you
a
do
narrative
that?
budget? Yeah, and it doesn't have to happen. A narrative budget doesn't have to happen at report time. It could happen at your annual giving campaign. It could happen when you're doing, particular communications. But a narrative budget is a framework to include these sorts of good news stories, because a narrative budgeting is a way of reporting back to givers that direct impact on what their giving has done over the last year.
I think we kind of, am I on? Yes, I am. Okay. I keep turning it off when I'm coughing because I don't want to bug everybody else. That cold. I think in the at least twice yearly letters that we send out, we talk about things that are happening around the church that we're happy about, or that, also things where we see a need. And then at the annual general meeting, you've got the reports from people, which would indicate what's happened with the money, and maybe the need for more. We could look at how we could do that more.
Well, there's always room, right? There's always room for ways to do this. Now, is there a ministry that you cannot tell a good news story about? I would say even the most basic ministries deserve to have good news stories created about them. I recognize the reality of Canadian Shield. I've worshiped with many of you in your communities of faith. And I would say there is something that I fall in love with every place I've been. And so even those places that are small, maybe it's a Sunday school that's ministering to 2 or 3 kids. That's okay. Or maybe it's the choir that is tenacious and is joyful. Or maybe it's in your caring pastoral care and your compassionate care for each other and for neighbors. Every ministry has a story to tell. And so I would invite all of those sorts of ways of thinking our ministry, right? So it doesn't matter how large or small, but you can apply some of these concepts to how you tell the story. So for example, the problem for pastoral care could be that people need to feel closer to God when they're in times of grief or fear or medical uncertainty. And our pastoral care team, including our minister, or maybe we don't have a minister, maybe it's our pastoral visitors. They visit or they write cards or they're making phone calls. And this is how we're part of the solution. And we're doing that every month, offering love and prayers of peace during really challenging times in our small village. We can tell you about a member who had surgery who said that this connection made her feel calm and supported during a really difficult time. I see that's not a cathedral-sized story. It's a beautiful jewel of a story on how relationships make that happen. When we're telling our stories and we're telling financial stories, it's really important to translate your expenses into what they do. So again, it's the stories of impact. And this is the way that we can tell the story of our building and our salaries and our finances. And as I mentioned already, a narrative tool is a really, really great tool for, a narrative budget is a really great tool for doing this kind of work. And we offer training, and I can coach you and I can give you lots of resources if you'd like to explore more about narrative budgeting. Let's listen to a mission and service video as an example of how to tell a story. And I would invite us, as we're taking a listen to this, to see if you can find those elements that we've been talking about, stating the problem and the solution, making the listener a hero within the story, connecting people with people. Let's listen to this. I hope I got it right. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Right now, the world is seeing more displaced people than ever before. Refugees flee their homes when it's too dangerous to remain in their country. The uprooting and uncertainty can take a toll on physical and mental well-being. Today, I'm chatting with Chris-Ann Alvarez, a refugee support staff member, about how your mission and service gifts care for refugees. Hello, Chris-Ann. It's really good to be with you today. What are some of the key refugee work that we're doing with mission and service?
All of the staff, the funding comes directly from MNS, and our membership into the Canadian Council for Refugees, that's directly funded by MNS, and also our SAW fee. So sponsorship agreement holder is what we are officially called, and basically what that is our agreement with Immigration Canada to be able to bring them here instead of going to another organization and knocking on doors. That's very unique, and it's a huge responsibility. Mission and services, prioritizing refugees and allowing for a refugee program to exist. These are huge. This means more lives being changed, more people being welcomed.
Tell me, Chris-Ann, about the ways that refugees contribute and enrich our communities.
In so many ways. They start businesses, they fill job gaps, but they also take on jobs where they're able to contribute in meaningful ways through their culture as well, that they're so generous in sharing with us. In the ways that they break bread with us, they welcome us into their homes. I think what people really need to know is that refugees do not choose to be refugees. There's this huge misconception that they're choosing to come here, and that's something I really want to emphasize. It's not a choice. It's something they're forced into. I remember when I first started working in this field, I was cautioned to not look in the comment section of news articles that are posted online, because you see so much prejudice, so much racism.
What is the world you most want to see?
I most want to see a world where everyone has a place they can call home. And I think we take that very much for granted here.
Your gift for mission and service will help to continue refugee program staffing.
So I'm going to stop sharing. You can hear me now. So curious to know, just looking at that minute for mission story, the the stories of our mission. Curious to know if there's anything there that you discovered that gave you an insight on how to tell a good story. What did you notice from that example?
The listener became the hero. Your dollars, your doing this, your contributions are making this happen.
Well,
Very audience centered.
Yeah.
The speaker herself did not come up with individual stories. The photographs did.
Yeah.
That's how they did it.
And the speaker, the person being interviewed did share her own because she herself comes from that experience, right? So she was like, in my work, like this is how I, she was talking about how that was experienced for her. So she was talking about her own impact too. Yeah. Other folks, other learnings from that example.
I mean, that's a professionally done. They have the nice music in the background, the good visuals. Yeah.
It wasn't
tells people to watch more. Yes.
It wasn't done in a negative light. It was a serious topic, but it still it didn't make you feel like you couldn't do anything about it.
Right.
It didn't seem insurmountable.
Right. It's not overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. Any other thoughts about what you were hearing there?
I mean, it drew you into the picture and the actions that were going on. You felt like you were at the airport meeting them, and that's what video does too.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to have a chance to put this into practice a little bit, and I'm going to invite you now. Again, just we did a little practice of this earlier this morning. I'll just take you time to again think right now of a ministry that's in your community, what's happening, what's recently happened maybe. And I just want to take some time now individually to think about that and craft a little story, a very little story. Using action and feeling words, remembering who was there, what was the impact, and how do we focus on a person. And that was part of that story. So we're just going to I'll give you 1 minute. I hope you all have a piece of paper and a pen. If you need to write some things down, jot some things down. And then I'm going to put you into breakout rooms. And I'm looking, I don't know if everybody here is still in front of their computer. I hope so. We're going to go to breakout rooms for the final couple of minutes and see if we can't sharpen our practice. A 60-second story, a minute for your ministry. How will you share that with each other?
Okay, we didn't really understand. We only had 2 people and we were waiting for somebody else, so we didn't get to tell our 1 minute
practice.
story.
Well, Christine, I'm going to tell you to keep practicing your story anyways. You're going to have to go to church tomorrow and find Diane Emery, and you're going to tell her the story, and you're going to look for her eyes to shine, right? That's what
she knows. She's part of the story.
I know she's part of the story.
Can't hear you, Melody.
And they were gone, and then another person
off or something.
Oh, so it was a little awkward, was it?
It says it's on, but
yeah.
We had a
We're
nice
having
time.
fun.
it's off.
Sang the song to myself all by myself.
We can hear you,
Turning it on
Gail.
and off,
We can
yeah.
hear you, Gail. Everything's on, so we can see you. Maybe Gail can't see us.
Sometimes it's hard to sum up in a minute.
It is. Wow.
And
Think about
and
that.
that's a leaf down there.
Yeah.
I got what maybe a third of the way through mine. It was it.
Yeah.
And the time monster.
Well, this is where I would really recommend you do, if you're looking for inspiration, take a look at those stories of our mission. That's what it's under now with United Church. Again, many of us remember those minutes for mission and the booklets. We do them online now on the on the United Church of Canada website, and it's under stories of our mission. Oh, Gail, we can hear you fine. You just can't hear us. She can't hear us. Okay. I'm going to ask her.
What's going on? But...
Oh.
It must be at her end because we can hear you okay.
Yeah. Maybe Donna, if you can just send her a note that we can hear her fine, that'd be great. Anyway, stories of our mission.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Stories of our mission are things that they're only about 4 paragraphs long tops, but that gives you a little like a good model for how to get some of these pieces in. You'll notice if you look at those stories, they focus on a person. They will gather those quotes. They're often to pair it with a picture. Sometimes there's a video, like all of these sorts of media that they're really, really good examples of what you can do in your own community of faith. So curious, I know it was sort of a rough and ready, rough and tumble, little process, thinking about the story and then attempting to share it. What did people discover in that exercise? What do you see now that you didn't see before?
Well, speaking for myself.
As an English teacher, it's impossible for me to be concise and terse, and I just didn't have enough time to share my story. But my partner did a super, and that was great. It was very inspiring.
Wonderful. And Bob, you said you had something to say here too.
I realized my problem is at times I illustrate a dogmatic personality, like I'm right and you can't just see it, and that doesn't, unless you get talking to people with the same psychological makeup, that doesn't work. People get resistant to it. So this opened up things. How do you approach people? Let them, as you said, let them take over and be the hero.
Exactly.
Feed them,
let them be the hero.
Feed them and let them run, kind of type of it.
Yeah.
If you just tell them what to do and why you're right and they're wrong and can't you see it there, they shut down.
Exactly.
But they
exactly. Shut down. Yeah. And I think exactly that, Bob. That's a really good point, because oftentimes when we're crafting stories for the purpose of inviting participation, whether it's financial contributions or contribution at a time, we have a habit of just, again, stopping at the problem and expecting that people will respond, or telling them what to do, rather than allowing someone who has gifts to discern how they can use those gifts. And so instead of working as a partner to say, hey, would you consider making an offering of $5 for this project? And if not, tell us what you think you could do to support. There's a suggestion. I can give you an option, or I'd love to hear how you see yourself, in this ministry, supporting the ministry. And that's an interesting place. We call that being donor-centered. In the secular world, they call it donor-centered. But it's about being in relationship with someone, right? And developing our generosity together, right? Other learnings, other surprises. Christine, yes.
I'm so excited about the workshop I attended earlier about retrofitting your church, the Faithful Footsteps project. And I'm already crafting a story to take back to tell to the church, and exactly to tell the church. And to just say, I'm really excited about doing this. I'm hoping that somebody out there will partner with me, somebody out there who's excited about this whole thought, because so I'm already crafting the story because it's so exciting. So I'm so glad I'm here.
Yeah. So it's a way of like, okay, so how am I going to make sure that I'm going to craft it intentionally to make sure that there's an inspiration and an invitation to invite other people to participate in this vision, because the vision is for everybody, right? Yeah.
Sometimes the vision is for everybody, but you have to zone in on one person who may have the authority to make the vision.
Or the gifts to make the vision, right? The catalyst. Sometimes there needs to be a catalyst. Yeah. I'm just keeping an eye on the time, folks, noticing that we're getting to the top of the hour, and I know that at 4:15, moderator Carmen is going to be available for a third workshop online. I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you so much for your time and for your interest and your availability to play and experiment with storytelling. I am remaining your minister, and I just want to make sure that I'm looking to make sure that everybody here knows how to contact me. So I am going to share on my screen in just a moment here. There is my email, so I'm just going to make sure that you have it. There it is. Sharing with you my email address. I want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for commitment to deepening the discipleship of generosity and gratitude in your own personal life and within the life of your community of faith. If you want to reach out, have questions or comments or ideas, please feel free to reach me at that email address, and I will reiterate the invitation. June the 11th, I'm hosting on the ChurchX platform, Getting Started in Stewardship. There's all kinds of stewardship programming that's available to deepen your expertise and your discipleship. But that's a really great place to start, because it's getting started. Just get started. Get started. So I look forward to hearing more from you. And again, thank you so much.
Hi, friends.
Hello, moderator.
Donna is my new hero.
She's always been my hero. Also, did you notice she has a radio voice? Close your eyes and listen to her when she's talking, and you're like, well, this is a morning show in Toronto. I just want to say everyone is really busy today.
I'm beginning to think I'm going to need to record a voice a voice track of some sort.
Yeah.
So let me make sure. Let me get you spotlit here first. Give me 1 second. Go. All right. So we told everybody to come back for 4:15. So we're on a bit of a break.
Great.
Just because we've been with Melody for about an hour or 45 minutes, which was great.
Yeah.
So.
And sorry, we finished I think we were supposed to start at 4:05, but the other group didn't finish until 4:06. So.
It's okay. So we're very happy you can join us online.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah.
Right.
Where is everybody calling in from? You can see
all over the place.
You can take me off spotlight, because then I can see folks.
I'm Al Brothers. I'm calling in from Coppercliff, just outside of Sudbury.
Okay. David, I know where you are. And Bob, where are you calling in from?
From Temiskaming, Quebec. It's 40 miles northeast of North Bay.
Okay.
To give you a location, right on the Quebec-Ontario border.
Okay. And that's part of Canadian Shield Region too?
Yes.
One thing. Oh, so go ahead.
Just because of our proximity. Even in sports and stuff like this, we're associated with Northern Ontario because of the distances in Quebec.
Right.
If you associate anything with Quebec, it's basically Rouen or Aranda or Val-d'Or, North Bay and Mattawa and Sturgeon Falls, Sudbury are a lot closer.
Got it. And
We
Susan,
have
where
a
are you?
pastoral charge in Quebec in Val-d'Or.
Yeah, but that's the one with the, as Will Cunder was saying, it was a combination Anglican
and
United Church, and then
United,
and then they looked like they were going to close a couple of years ago.
They went house church. Yeah. Well, I think they still have their building, but very prosperous town. It's mining.
Right. And Susan and Don, where are you both calling in from?
I'm from Thunder Bay.
Okay.
I'm from Cochrane, Ontario. It's about 4 hours due north of North Bay.
And
We
Christine,
have,
where are you calling? Oh,
We have 3 polar bears, but they don't wander loose.
Yeah. You got them well trained, have you?
Yes.
It sounds like you might be the geographically farthest away from Sault Ste. Marie. Is that correct?
I think so. For me, it would have been a 10-hour drive.
Oh, wow.
wow.
I'm also president of the United Churchwomen, and we're struggling with space and travel as well.
Yeah. All right, Christine, where are you calling in from?
I'm from Massey, which is 1 hour west of Sudbury.
I'm feeling very proud of myself because until yesterday, I didn't know where Sault Ste. Marie or Sudbury were. And I had looked up North Bay once. So like it's a testament to Melody's message this morning that stories change our experience of the world, because I had no reason to learn anything about the Canadian Shield region at all. But now that I'm with all of you fabulous people and like want to know where you're from and where that is in relation to where I am and how to explain to my parents where I am, all of a sudden I have no reason to do it.
Carmen, if you're ever passing through on the Trans-Canada, we're 4 minutes from the lights. We'd put you up overnight. We'd take you for a gorgeous walk at the Seven Sisters Falls here. You're always welcome. Okay.
Okay.
We're sort of to Shining Waters. We're beyond their reach because most people in Toronto consider Barrie north.
Hey, I made the trip up from Toronto, so
60 miles,
you know.
yeah.
Actually, in Toronto, most people think anything north of the 401 is too far north.
Yes, yes.
You go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just wanted to say hi. I'm in Thunder Bay and wondered if you've been up here at all.
I was a general counsel in Thunder Bay in 2006. So it's the only other place in Canadian Shield region that I've been.
Right.
So, but it feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah. Yeah. And what about Gordon and Crystal? Where are you guys calling from?
And Gordon here. I'm from Manitoulin Island, and I'm the new rep from the Mindamoya, which is a Trinity Manitoulin United Church. We're right in the center of Manitoulin. Okay. It's about a 3.5 hour drive from Sault Ste. Marie. Okay. And it's not really far, hugely. It's just on the very outreach, but it's much more convenient for me to check in by Zoom. A lot less money.
Manitoulin is the largest freshwater island in the world.
Yes, I have learned that this weekend.
Beautiful too.
Hey, Crystal. And then I know Ted and Lisa because they're also my table group mates when they were with us in person.
Susan and I are both from Chapleau. And since the map has been up several times, how I explained it earlier is that if you look at the map, in the empty hole, there's 2 red flags. We're the right red flag that doesn't have a road connected to it. We're 4 and some change hours northeast of the Sioux.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
And we would really be like a very affordable place for the next regional council meeting. Just saying, just laying that out there.
They're very friendly. I've been up there for the old Presbyterial meetings.
Yeah. Maybe the polar bears will attend.
I just tell people with enough lefts and right-hand turns, all roads lead to Chapleau.
So you've noted that for next time, right, Peter?
Right. We've noted it. Yep. Right. But your new chair, Bill, it's from the area, so there you go.
So Ted and Lisa, do you guys know, or do you two know everybody else that's here? Because I've had the opportunity to meet you, but if your colleagues and friends in your region haven't met you yet, do you want to say where you're from?
Sure, I'll go. I don't know where if I beat Ted to it. I definitely don't know everybody here. So I missed the first part of the conversation. I went out to get some fresh air. I'm sick in a hotel room here at the regional meeting, which is really unfortunate that I got sick here because I'm being commissioned tomorrow. So prayers that I'm back to myself tomorrow. I think it's just a head cold. But I normally preside in North Bay, and that's about 4 hours and 45 minutes east of the Sioux, 3.5 hours north of the GTA, the Toronto area. I work at Trinity United Church in downtown North Bay. And we're in the Robinson Huron territory between two beautiful lakes, Lake Nipissing and Trout Lake. And I've been living there for, how many years? 25 years or so. It's home now.
We talked about you the other day at our meeting for UCW, Lisa. We wanted to welcome you to the area, so you will be receiving a note from your UCW, from Canadian Shield UCW.
Oh, that's wonderful. And are you meeting at Trinity soon? I think that I don't know if it's if it's a larger meeting that's happening at Trinity next week.
The UCW has two major areas. What used to be the previous Algoma, which is Sault Ste. Marie, and the other is the previous Manitou. She and the cat, they come in every once in a while.
I have a 14-year-old who, when he sees the light on my computer, he'll come up and go, photo bomb. He'll put his face right in front of the camera.
Okay. Lisa, I should probably talk to you about the Manitou painting, Lisa.
Yes. And actually, Ted, you and I and Ted need to coordinate, I think. No, you're with the other one. Dave Legrand is picking up your painting. Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And yeah. Ted, I need to talk to you later.
Yeah, I sent you my phone number by email.
Yeah, I will. I'll call you later.
Okay.
All right, Ted and then Catherine. And then I think that's...
I just wanted to say, I'm not David Dockendorf. I'm Anne. I'm using my husband's computer, and I don't know how to get his picture off and me on. But anyway, say hi. I'm everybody. I live in Chisholm, which is just south of North Bay.
Okay. Oh, I was missing folks because I had my Zoom set to just see people who had their cameras on.
What about Ted?
Okay. Ted, I see Ted, Catherine, Mary Alice, Bev, Gail, and Georgina.
Oh, well, I'm here too.
Yeah. Is anybody? Ted, do you want to introduce yourself, or?
Mary Alice is from Manitoulin Island as well.
Okay.
There were some people who came on when we were. There was one session that we had where they added people, but I noticed that a lot of those weren't removed or whatever. Not sure.
Okay, they just might not have logged off yet.
Right.
So Ted and then Bev.
Okay, I'm Ted McPherson. I'm from Willow Grove in Sault Ste. Marie, partly the host of this conference because we had the ministers there the first few days. Thanks.
And Bev.
I'm Bev Chapman from Sudbury, Ontario. I go to St. Andrew's United Church, which means that I'm in Dave Legrand's congregation, and Dave spoke earlier and expressed his appreciation for being at the same table. So I just want to say what a pleasure it is to meet everyone and to thank everyone for being a part of this weekend.
Is there anybody else who has their camera off that wants to introduce themselves if they're there? And assuming some people may not be there.
I don't think I've introduced myself yet. I'm Beverly.
Okay, Beverly.
Rumble.
Great.
And I'm from Trinity United Church in Kirkland Lake. Happy to be here on Zoom with all of you.
Kirkland Lake, where the roads are paved in gold.
Yes, so they say. I'm sure there's some gold dust in there somewhere.
I'm Catherine Somerville, and I am just outside of Sudbury. I live in Balcarron, and I serve the congregation of St. Stephen's on the Hill in New Sudbury.
Okay. It's Mary Alice.
I'm Mary Alice Lewis, and I live in Spring Bay. I attend Trinity United in Mindemoya, and that's about it. I'm here for part of this. My granddaughter invited me for supper tonight, so I'm leaving early.
All right.
Free food, yes.
Free food and the company.
So we have about 35 minutes, I think. And what I think Susan and I had talked about was just having time for Q&A, because most of you, with maybe Ted and Lisa being the exceptions, and David, who I often get to see at General Council executive meetings, won't have the opportunity to talk in the lineup for salad and sandwiches at lunch or whatever. And so that I would actually sort of open it up for if you have questions or concerns, joys that you want to share about what's happening in your region, questions about what's happening in the national church, or about anything that I've said when you've been online and listening. So we could just have sort of, how are my children
doing?
My children are great. Our son Gabriel is going to be 14 next month, and he's autistic. Most of his challenges that he experiences with that are social, but he's really coming into his own. He's part of his leadership club at his middle school. He's in grade 8, and he's also part of the Indigenous leadership club for our school district. He's learning trumpet and band, and he's joined the badminton club at school. He's coming to Rendezvous in St. Catharines this summer, and Berwick camp with me this summer. And then he's working 3 weeks at Camp Spirit, which is our traveling summer camp that goes to different communities of faith across British Columbia, and the Yukon. So they go through the whole region. And so he's working 3 weeks at Youth Crew, which is sort of like a junior staff position. It's a step between the leaders in training and the paid staff. And so they get paid an honorarium for their work, but are not employable age yet. So he's doing great. And then Esperanza is our daughter. She's 12. If you follow my moderator page, you will have seen probably a lot more of her, because my first year as moderator was really rough for her. And by by Christmas of 2022, it became pretty apparent that we had also moved a week before I was elected moderator. And so she changed schools, she changed cities, and then we had this huge shift with me being away all the time. And so I unschooled her for the spring and summer. I took her out of school completely. I originally thought we would work on a curriculum, and then I talked with friends that had unschooled their kids, and that seemed like it would suit her just fine. And so she traveled with me full time from February until August. And in May, she said that she wanted to go back to school in September, that the moderator's life did not involve enough middle schoolers or PE. And since then she's also changed schools again, so she's in the middle school, and I think being in the same school as her big brother, it's literally right across the street from Como Lake United. We moved into the new housing at Como Lake United Church, and so she has a lot more independence to be able to walk to school, and she's made good friends there. So she's doing a lot better than she was when I was first moderator, and I'm grateful for that. And she's also doing a lot of camps. So she's in circus camp this summer, and then she's doing a week of leaders in training with Camp Spirit, and then going to Camp Firkham, which is United Church Sleepaway Camp, and then coming to Berwick Camp. All 4 of us are going to Berwick for 2 weeks, and then she's coming back for another week of Camp Spirit. So the kids are big into camping ministry. Gabe's also applied to be on the youth council for Pacific Mountain and Chinook Winds. So he's taking his leadership development to the next level. and teaching the church about Formula One, which is his current deep enthusiasm. And my husband's, it's been an adjustment for him too. Like I've always traveled. We met when I was on the governing bodies of the World Council of Churches and coming, like I used to take the kids to General Council executive meetings with me. Gabriel came to a WCC meeting with me for 2 weeks. My dad came and babysat. Espe came to Greenbelt with me. Like we're all really well traveled, and my husband's always been the stay-at-home guy. And so one time last fall, I was away for 3 weeks, and he got really snappish with me on a text message, and like he's never unkind. He's never said an unkind thing to me in 17 years. And I was out with friends in Toronto. I said, I have to go call my husband. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. And I called him. I said, what's wrong? He's like, what do you mean what's wrong? I said, well, you were just snappish on this text message. And he's like, I don't know. I haven't talked to an adult in 3 weeks. Just come home now. So now I try not to be gone for longer than 2 weeks at a time. So the family's good. I think they're also looking forward to August 13th, 2025.
Yeah, I bet.
Moderator, could you tell us about your new role at Emmanuel after August 2020, August 20th, 2025? So
I'm taking an exit sabbatical when I finish my time as moderator, which 20 months in, I can see why moderators are offered an exit sabbatical before they have to return to work, because I am assuming I will be pretty crispy by then. And then, so I'll be off September, October, November. And by off, I mean I'm only going to the World Communion of Reformed Churches General Council in Thailand in October. And then December 1st, I start full-time on faculty at Emmanuel College, and I'll start teaching in January. And I am their new assistant professor of United Church of Canada Studies. And so I will become the director of the MDiv program and the primary liaison between Kelly and the other OV ministers that are supporting candidates for ministry and people pursuing theological education. And so, yeah, I'm pretty excited about that role. I was ordained to further study with a really, really strong call to teaching, and a belief that if one was going to be teaching in theological education, preparing students for the ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care, it was also important to be ordained to the ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. So excited that is where my journey is leading me next.
So does that mean another move?
Yeah, we're moving to, I think the plan is to move to Waterdown, Ontario next August, like 2 weeks after General Council. Mauricio and the kids came and spent 2 weeks in Toronto while I was paddling on Gibby Mishkataman last summer. And they really didn't feel super excited about moving somewhere close to downtown. I was feeling excited about living somewhere like in the Danforth or Junction, or not the Junction, the Annex, or somewhere close to downtown where I could walk to work. But the competition for housing in Toronto is just like obscene. And so I was talking with Tim Blair, who's the CEO of Kindred Works, and said, do you have any housing like within a commutable distance to downtown Toronto that'll be ready around the time that we need to move? And he said, yes, there's a new development that we're going to break ground on in Waterdown. So there are 44 units of 2 and 3 bedroom family housing that's being built in what used to be the parking lot at St. James Waterdown. So we'll move there next summer. And then Emmanuel's gone permanent hybrid, so I only have to be on campus 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And so it's about a 90-minute commute when you take into account getting to Aldershot Station, which is about 5 minutes from the church, and then go train to Union Station and then subway up to Museum Station. So, but I can do that 2 days a week. That won't be too bad.
For everybody, it's a lovely neighborhood.
We really like it out there.
Yeah, a lot of waterfalls and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, and I like the current minister who's called to St. James. He said there's about it's Rick Brown. He said there's about 15 to 20 kids that come out to youth group at his church on Friday nights, and the town is small enough. There's only one high school, so if our kids go to youth group their first week of school, like they'll have like built-in friends, their church friends, hopefully. So looking forward to building that community for them too. And then there's so many, Gabriel will be starting high school, and Espe will have 1 year left in middle school. And so there's so many post-secondary options for them in Southern Ontario too, which is nice.
Well, I'm biased, but the university environment is really good. So you will, I hope, really enjoy that. You might only half as much.
Pardon?
You might only travel half as much.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. If folks don't know, David is a retired professor and you were a dean in your faculty too, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah. Other questions about the church or the moderator or the? Yeah, Joyce.
Could I just switch topics a little bit? I really appreciated your ad hoc speaking earlier about the church's response to the dire situation in Gaza and Palestine, and I really, really appreciated that. And I'm a returned ecumenical accompanier and feel it very keenly, the challenges there and the suffering. So anyways, I'm supporting you 100% in your courage in speaking out. And anything I can do here in the Northwest, I'll continue to do. Yeah, for sure. I'm a retired UCC minister, still pretty active. Yeah.
You seem to have quite a few former EAP participants that are in this region, which is great. I told Dave at our table group afterwards, I forgot to mention that while I was on the governing bodies of the World Council of Churches, I was co-chair for the Palestine-Israel Ecumenical Forum Core Group, which is the intra-Christian dialogue of like the staff leaders of member churches who coordinate and oversee the ecumenical partnerships for advocacy for just peace in Israel Palestine, and also PF like oversees the EAP program, and so has spent quite a bit of time. I was never an accompanier, but we monitored the accompaniment program and met accompaniers when I would travel to Israel and to the West Bank. I didn't get a chance to go to Gaza because it was also sort of fraught in the mid 2000 aughts. So yeah. So Palestine is near and dear to my heart. And I've only had one negative comment from the church so far, from the picture I posted of myself in my keffiyeh. So somebody was like, that means that you support Hamas and Hezbollah and you need to change your wardrobe malfunction immediately. So I just hid their comment.
Good.
Yeah.
I think collaboration is so important too. And I'm we were asked to speak at a World Day of Prayer service, which of course is, many different denominations attend. And I think there are a lot of caring people, and if we can facilitate ways to have our voices heard, it'll help together. I think you mentioned that too.
Yeah.
That the government hears us more when we're more unified in our approach. So for that.
And I do I'm grateful for the fact that our governments are allowing peaceful protests much more than they are in the United States. Like what's happening on college campuses and university campuses in the US is just atrocious. Especially universities that pride themselves on having a history of social activism. But also I think that because the faith communities in Canada have been quick to step up and to advocate for a just peace, to advocate for a ceasefire. The Canadian diplomatic response has also been much more tempered and less overtly pro-Israel. It's not far, and they're not going far enough in terms of seeking justice or upholding Israel's obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law. I think that's a place where we have an in, because Canada has an obligation as a member of the UN to uphold the obligations or hold accountable other nation states for their obligations. And I think that what gets lost in the both sides, Hamas can be October 7th was an act of terror, and yes, it was. And if investigated, those folks would be probably held accountable for committing war crimes. But not only is the state of Israel also committing war crimes, but they have additional legal obligations under international law as a military occupying power. So the obligations that they have are more significant than what the Palestinian Authority has.
There's a huge power imbalance,
Huge power imbalance.
And
but different legal requirements for how they act too.
Yeah, as an occupying power, they're supposed to protect and care for the citizens under occupation. Yeah.
The other thing I find there's so much,
Alistair.
Sir, there's so much misinformation out in the public right now about the actual situation, and you'd like to scream at times and say, no, look at the big picture. I think your comment this morning about the government not particularly keen to respond if it's just the church. We need to kind of broaden out a little bit and make sure that they understand that it's not just an entity. It's a whole bunch of people that that are looking for a resolution. It's just this misinformation, and there. Trust me, I think at our age group now, we have, I think, pretty strong feelings about it, and I think the youth are just rebelling because it's a good cause.
Yeah. That's a really good point. There's a huge groundswell of young Indigenous folks sort of standing in solidarity with Palestinians and seeing the settler colonialism of the European Zionist roots of the state of Israel, and that making sense to them logically, but also not being theologically or religiously literate, and repeating a lot of tropes that are anti-Semitic and further complicating things. And I had posted on my personal Facebook page at the start of Hanukkah, I'm sure there's people that do not want to hear the words Happy Hanukkah come out of my mouth, because it was right after CJ sort of said or Richard Marceau from CJ said I can't talk to you because of this letter that you've just penned from the General Counsel offices. And I said, but the world needs the miracle of light now more than ever. And so for those who would welcome it from me, I will say Happy Hanukkah. And one of my cousins from home in Bella Bella texted me, and she's very accusatory. She was like, "Cuz, are you pro-Israel?" And I'm like, no, wishing Jews a Happy Hanukkah is not a pro-Israeli act. So we ended up having this 5-hour long fight about all the things that she didn't know about religion in general, but the conflict in particular, and and even just the number of folks, young Indigenous people who are wearing red keffiyehs, and I'm like, if you knew Israel and Palestine, if you knew Palestine, you would know that you either wear the black and white ones, which are the ones that were designated to identify Palestinians as separate from Jordanians and other Gulf states, or mine is green and with a little bit of purple kind of plaid with white, and but I bought it in the West Bank, right? So it's complicated on so many different levels, and very simple on a number of levels. And I think that rather than right fighting with young activists who maybe haven't seen the history of all of the shifting geopolitics in that region that some of you folks have seen, like we also need to just take it as a learning opportunity to say, like, yes, absolutely, we need to seek a just peace. And also, like, not all Jews are Zionist. I keep having this fight with somebody in my family because they have a friend who's Jewish and was Zionist, but it never really came up until it did. And then this friend would get totally defensive. And so then this other person's like, well, the Jews, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, you can't say that. You just can't say that. You can talk about Zionists feel this way, or Zionists like try to shift the narrative in a particular way, but not all Jews feel the same, just the way as like not all Indigenous people feel the same. And you are actually participating in anti-Semitism when you like tar everybody with the same brush. And there are people who are really passionate in the church that do the same thing. Maybe not from I don't think it's intentional. We still say supersessionist stuff in the church at the same time, and without the like intention and learning around that, then it becomes really easy to discount what we're saying, right? Just like I think Dave was sharing over lunch that when he was in the West Bank, he was taught, he had a really engaging conversation with an IDF soldier, and he was just like, you have nothing to say to us as Canadians until you've completed reconciliation with Indigenous people. And which on the one hand is true, on the other hand, that's a very, very well-known Israeli talking point to shut Canadians down, right? So, and it's not an either or, it's a both and. We have to do better for everybody always. So, yeah.
Can you tell me what's the difference between a Zionist Jew and a regular Jew, in your opinion?
So Zionist Jew, I would say, is somebody who has bought into or believes or upholds the Zionist project, which is affiliating their faith with the entitlement to have a Jewish state in the state of Israel, right? Like 20 years ago, we were working so hard to never, ever allow folks to refer to Israel as a Jewish state, because it was supposed to be a democracy. There was supposed to be a recognition of all three of the Abrahamic faiths. In the 1920s, there was a huge population of Arab Jews that lived in Palestine before the influx of European Jews who were there. And they would definitely not be considered Zionist because they were part of the resistance to the settlement of Israel by European Jews who, and this was all before the conflict had become sort of theologized as being about faith. The Zionist project was originally around escaping anti-Semitism, but also was very, very European in outlook. So they saw the Holy Land as a place without a people for a people without a land, which is the exact same terra nullius argument that that European Christians used in settling, Canada, the U.S., Australia, New Zealand, right, and many other countries by the Catholic Church in that spoke other languages, like primarily French and Portuguese and Spanish and Dutch. So. And then over time it became theologized, and then it was like they drew in the scriptures and stuff like that. But if you read the original papers of Herzl and others, it was about land and having access to land and safety from anti-Semitism. It was not about a biblical connection to the land. The very most conservative Zionist Jews are promoting this idea that any now, because the state of Israel is recognized de facto as a Jewish state, that any criticism of the state of Israel is considered anti-Semitic, that is like on the far, most conservative spectrum and it is a spectrum of like Zionist or not Zionist. If you attended General Council 44, Richard Marceau, who was is the Chief External Relations Officer for CIJA and their General Counsel, he said, like I'm a pro-Palestinian Zionist. And I'm hoping that when I put together this course on United in Learning, that he'll come and talk with me about what he thinks that means, because I don't know what he means by that. Yeah, and then there's Christian Zionism, which is a form of usually fairly conservative evangelical Christianity that believes that the creation of the state of Israel and also the tensions between the state of Israel and Palestinians is like preordained by God and will start about the Third World War and the apocalypse, which will then bring on the second coming of Christ. And so this, I don't know if you saw on the American news, there was this like this story about this American pastor who is going to sacrifice a red heifer on the site of the Temple Mount, and that was going to bring the end to Christianity and Islam in Jerusalem and like reestablish Jerusalem as like the start of the apocalypse. And that form of Christian Zionism is extremely problematic because they ally themselves politically with the most conservative elements of Israeli society and with Zionist Jews, but they're extremely supersessionist, and they actually do it because they want to see the destruction, like the actual physical destruction of that region, and a conversion of everybody to Christianity so that the rapture can happen and we can be saved or not.
Yeah, I'm well familiar with that part.
Yeah,
with John Hagee and.
Yeah, but it exists in our church too, and it exists in like maybe not as extreme, but there are certainly folks that that conflate like Jewish Zionism with Judaism, and then like use our faith to promote interfaith dialogue that supports the Zionist project. So it's like complicated and messy.
I just never heard the word Jewish and Zionist Jews before. But the latter part, which you explained well, I'm well familiar.
Yeah, if you watch, like if you search on YouTube, Abby Lewis and Naomi Klein so Abby Lewis is Stephen Lewis's son. He's married to Naomi Klein, who many people know as a pretty famous Canadian author. They are both what they've started calling themselves and advocating for is internationalist Jewish faith. So not saying that Jews belong everywhere and should feel safe wherever they are and don't need the state of Israel, and that being truly Jewish is not dependent on there existing a state of Israel, that being the people of Israel as God's chosen people is something that happens regardless of where you live in the world. And so they're starting to use the words internationalist Jews as a sort of a juxtaposition against Zionist Jews. And they're naming how that's working a lot. Much better than I can.
No, I really appreciate you taking the time to discuss this. Yeah, one thing about you've said very well, though. Like, I'll be honest, I don't agree with all the United Church doctrines and certain things, but they always carry things in a very respectful, civil manner, which is super appreciated. You don't get you don't get the nasty comments that you got there, which are uncalled for.
Yeah, sometimes we do. I've seen people yell at each other and really hurt each other in the church, but not often, which is good. Christine?
Carmen?
Yeah.
The course that you're teaching, will it be open to the general public?
The courses that I'm developing around Israel Palestine?
Yeah.
So I will ask Peter when it's ready and it's up on United in Learning to share it'll go through the Essentials newsletter, which comes out of the General Council office, but we'll also ask the staff in the regions that support the social justice work of the church to make it available through their own networks, to make sure that community of faiths know that it's going to happen. How I'm imagining it'll work is the first course will be self-study, so you can go in and watch a series of videos where I have conversations with folks that are pre-recorded across a wide spectrum of experience and beliefs and perspectives on the conflict that covers like the history, the interfaith relationships, the ecumenical advocacy, even CJA's position about what they think is happening now. Because I actually don't agree with some of my colleagues that we should completely discount CJ. They do represent a significant portion of Canadian Jews, although I think they overstate how unified the views of those Jewish communities are. But they also are important to pay attention to because they are very, very well connected in Ottawa. And they have positioned themselves as the only valid Jewish voice for Jewish Canadians. And the government has paid attention to that. Richard Marceau, the Chief External Relations Officer, is a former MP. And so he's very, very well connected to both global affairs staff and to parliamentarians and their staff. He knows how to work the system. And so just for that very like politically strategic perspective, I don't think we can like not pay attention to what they're saying. We have to understand what that organization is saying and why, so that we know how to have conversations about that. So it'll be a bunch of self-study videos, and then in the fall we'll launch a second one, which is will be open to folks to register for if they've completed the self-study videos. So there's a way through United in Learning where we can actually track if people have watched the videos or not, and they get like a completion of the course, and then the course can also be set up as a prerequisite for a second course. And so one of my hopes and one of Japheth's hopes is that at least, we'll still have a diversity of experience and perspectives that people are bringing from across the country, but at least for the purposes of starting a national conversation outside of the courts of the church, that we're starting with having access to the same information to start a discussion.
Can I ask something here about?
Okay. Sorry, Christine, I'll just let you ask your follow-up and then Joyce.
Okay.
It was just I just wanted to say I'm in awe of what you're doing.
Thanks.
Okay. If I can go on then. Yeah. Just wanted to mention, at the last General Council, Richard Marceau of CJA had like an honored place as a speaker with a lot of influence, and there was no similar voice for anybody from IJV, Independent Jewish Voices. So I'm hoping that the next time, when we have General Council, that there would be at least some balance there.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty unlikely that he'd even want to come to our next General Council. But I mean, I will include him in the invitation to have the pre-recorded discussions with me, but it will definitely not be the only Jewish voice. I will likely ask Avi Lewis and Naomi Klein, or one or the other of them, to talk. I will ask IJV to who's the best person from their organization. I will ask Jewish Voice for Peace from the US. Santiago Sabatsky, who's the chair of Jewish Studies at Hofstra University, who's an Argentinian liberation Jewish professor, who actually was doing his rabbinical studies in Jerusalem and left because of how he came to understand the occupation and that not being consistent with his faith. So while I will include them, I will also not center their voice in the way that it was at General Council.
Thank you.
Yeah,
great.
Moderator, you can see from my background that I'm plugging the 100th anniversary, and I think I just want to take a minute and have the opportunity for you to plug it a little bit.
Yeah. So there will be a national kickoff worship service on Sunday, June the 9th, which is just about a month away, broadcast from Metropolitan United Church in Toronto. There will be a pre-recorded video from me because I will be preaching at the Celebration of Ministry service in First on Eastern Edge in St. John's, Newfoundland that day, and I have not yet been able to master travel across the space-time continuum, so I cannot be in two places at once. But it's the kickoff to a year of celebration and commemoration. It's so easy to say the word celebration, but the word we're trying to promote is commemoration, right? Like that while we celebrate the legacy and where we are now as a church, that also remembering the first 100 years of the church includes the being accountable for and honest about where the church has not lived into who we think God is calling us to be, and particularly around the residential institutions, homes for unwed mothers, or perspectives on adoption and abortion, like all the people that we've heard, like the 2S LGBTQI plus community, like all the people that we've hurt, and wanting to say that has been a part of our journey and our history as well. And all of that is messy and worth commemorating and preparing to turn our eyes in 2025 to the next 100 years of the church. So there will be a number of things that are planned. We have a centennial committee that is chaired by the former moderator, Richard Bott. The really big celebrations or big events, I think, to commemorate the anniversary will happen in June of 2025. So the General Secretary and I have held a lot of time for pretty intense travel and preaching in the early part of June 2025. Brian Brown wrote, like Brian Brown does, a very controversial book about the centennial called The Untied Church, because it's so easy to misspell United when you're typing. And that was intentional on his part. Heron King Craig and Don Schweitzer are publishing a book this coming out this fall about a history of the first 100 years of preaching in the United Church of Canada. And I wrote the foreword for that book, and it's fascinating because it starts with sort of an introduction to the book. The sermons that are chosen are not necessarily like the best sermons, but they're sermons that reflected that either were denominational shaping when they were delivered. Like one of the sermons is from Reverend Chown, who was the General Secretary of the Methodist Church, arguing for church union. And so that was a denominationally shaping time, which was literally the shaping of our denomination. But then others were reflective of what was happening through the different decades of the church. And so the book is divided into decades with a little historical précis by Don explaining what was happening in the life of the church, and then like 2 or 3 sermons. There's sermons included by folks preaching in French or in Korean or Tagalog, and then like the original language sermon plus the translation, and then Heron does an analysis of the sermon and how it was impactful and how it ties into the history of what was happening at the time. So I'm pretty excited about that book. And it's easy to read. And I think it's going to be a monster like this big. Then I've made 4 of the Mods Book Squad events, sort of like the centennial edition. So this June, the first, where I'm centering the writing of 4 United Church authors. So in June, we'll be kicking off the centennial year with The Other Side of the River by Alf Dumont, who's part Anishinaabe, part settler, United Church minister, and it's his memoir. We're also doing, I can't remember the months exactly, but we're doing David Giuliano's The Undertaking of Billy Buffon, which I haven't read yet, but I've heard good things about it, and it's on my bookshelf. Karen Hamilton, who's a United Church minister, former General Secretary of the Canadian Council of Churches, wrote a little a little book called Faith is Protest, around interfaith movements and how we do social justice advocacy. And then the fourth one is Janet Gear's Undivided Love, which is around the huge breadth of diversity of theologies across the United Church of Canada, and how we have like 5 primary sort of understandings of who we are as church, and ways that we define what it means to be United Church. And sometimes some of our conflicts come up because of those identities are in conflict with each other. And she's done a lot of work with different communities of faith, and then also conferences in the church, doing a program she called her Theological Banquet, guiding people through sort of discerning what was their primary self-understanding in the church, and how to use that to improve communication, to say, oh, it's not that, because Peter's an ecclesiological United Church member and I'm an ecumenical one, like, it's not that he doesn't think that social justice is important, but just like really his primary identity is like his community of faith is his church home, right? And so that we can come to greater understanding of each other and to practice intercultural ministry better by understanding the other and how they understand church. So those 4 books are going to happen. And then I'm sure there will be many, many more things that come out. If you're not subscribed to the Essentials newsletter through the General Counsel office, that will be a very good place to get information. It comes out weekly with sort of highlights of what's happening at the national church level. And so I'm sure there will be many more announcements coming out, but we're also encouraging communities of faith to do their own commemoration of the centennial, regardless of whether or not those communities of faith are older than the United Church of Canada as a denomination. I went to one community of faith's 215th anniversary last year. Is that enough of a plug, Peter?
It was perfect. The only thing I wanted to add, I can't help myself, I'm a minister, is that the June, am I saying this right, moderator? The June 9th celebration for those that are in the North Bay, Sudbury area is the only in-person event in Ontario. So I know some of you drive down to Toronto, some folks in Toronto drive to 7-Eleven. So it is a public event. So if you're interested in going in person, it's at Metropolitan United Church in downtown Toronto, and it is the only big in Ontario commemoration. So
I think it's the only one. It's the only one planned that I know of across the country that's like an actual coordinated one for this year. I think next year that'll change.
Yeah, like the other one's going to be in the east. Correct? The big event, the actual anniversary. So this is
yeah. So the actual anniversary
on the 8th
on June 10th, 2025, right?
Yeah.
Or is it June 8th?
Yeah, I think it's June 8th. I'm looking at my calendar, as you can't tell, I switched screens. I think it's June 8th, but the 9th in Toronto, and it's on the United Church of Canada website. But I just wanted folks to know, because, we're a vast region, and while it's not easy for Thunder Bay folks to skip into Toronto, it isn't so bad for North Bay, actually.
Yeah, so the kickoff event will be June 9th, 2024. Yeah. And then the service to commemorate the actual 100th anniversary in 2025 is going to be, I think, in Newfoundland. I think that's pretty much confirmed, because we thought that will be the first time zone to see the church hour come up on that day. But what we haven't sorted out is like where else will there be other events to commemorate the actual anniversary in the 100th year. And so the General Secretary and I, as I said, have like held a lot of time on our calendars to be present in lots of places at that time, both together and separately, I think. So there may be something else I think there's going to be an event in Toronto in 2025 as well. But I'm not sure about other places in Ontario.
There will be at the we intentionally did the Canadian Shield Shining Waters Festival of Faith, which the moderator is going to be present at,
and it's the week after that, right?
Yeah, that's all around and that was intentional around the commemoration. So,
right.
So
in Sudbury.
We'll likely in Sudbury. So we'll likely do something there that'll be fun.
I have just one question, please. There was mention of a weekly bulletin on the major events coming out of the United Church of Canada. Is that available to us online?
Yeah, I'll find you a link right now. It's not just events; it's just all of the news coming out of.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a page that lists all of the newsletters that are published by the General Counsel offices, and the one that I referred to is listed there. It's called Essentials.
Essentials.
Yeah, so it's the second one on the list. But there's also a place where you can subscribe to hear about the centennial, about what's happening with UCRD, about living into right relationship, United and Learning news. So if you want to make sure, I'm sure it will also go into Essentials, but if you want to hear about new courses that are coming up online in United and Learning, they have their own newsletter. Because of the Canada anti-spam legislation, even if you donate to mission and service directly through sorry, I only sent it to Lisa. Thanks, Donna. Even if you donate to Mission and Service Fund directly through the United Church website, the United Church cannot actually send you proactive emails about anything not related to your fundraising, even though we have your email address. And so it's really important, if you are interested in news that might be coming out of the regions or out of the General Counsel office, to subscribe to the newsletters, because we won't actually send it to you unsolicited.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, cries of anguish?
I really appreciate the dialogue. We so seldom get a chance to dialogue on issues like this, and I really appreciated this opportunity. It's been very good.
Yeah, thanks so much for your time, Carmen. It's great.
Yeah,
thanks to Peter. Thanks to Peter and his team, because they're the ones that thought of it. That it was important for me to also have time to engage with you folks as well.
Yep, super appreciated.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will wish you were all going to be with us for the banquet tonight.
I was just about to say we're going to just run a video of the presentation that's happening at the banquet next. So, so thank you for your time, Carmen, and we will let you get ready for the banquet yourself. And we appreciate your time today.
Am I supposed to change?
Change? No, I don't think so. It's pretty casual
so
still.
It's not like super dressy. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, anyway.
That's right.
You have a little
Good
time
night,
to
everybody.
recover.
There will be someone who puts a tie on, I can guarantee it, but the vast majority of the crowd will be whatever they're wearing right now.
So I can keep my Converse on.
I would say so.
I would. You are the moderator.
You're the queen.
Trend.
Carmen,
thank you so
for
much.
this. It's really good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. So, folks, I will take this time to just share the video with everybody, and then maybe after that, I'll ask Peter to say a blessing or a farewell benediction, and we'll call it a day. So let me just pull up that video.
Welcome to our Canadian Shield Regional Council Celebration of Ministry.
For a few moments, we will take time to remember and celebrate our ministers, lay and ordered among us, and their service with us. We are very blessed in the Canadian Shield Regional Council for the ministry of our ministers and of our lay folks. And I find it a privilege as the Pastoral Relations Minister for Canadian Shield to work alongside these folks. And so today we will take some time to remember our leaders. And we'll begin by giving thanks for our licensed lay worship leaders. Many of our churches, as you all know, are without ministers and probably will never have another minister again. And so we are grateful for over 40 people who have taken time to study and become a licensed lay worship leader. On many Sundays throughout our year and throughout our region, these folks are serving faithfully and bringing God's word to our congregations. And so we give thanks for them. Because we're a large region, we decided to divide the licensed lay worship leaders into 3 groups: West, East, and Central. And so serving in our Western area from Thunder Bay to Sault Ste. Marie are the following people: George Bott, Joy Bott, Kathy Bright, Anna Chipka, Robert Cosby, Vivian Hall, Diana Hannaford Wilcox, John McDonald, Cindy Raby, Marie Binney, Lori Van Sorten Devort Jansikovich, Nancy Vernon, and Wanda Wilding.
And celebrating their service in the East, North Bay and area would be Karen Brophy, Linda Clark, Rob Ferris, Peter Haddow, Elizabeth Henderson, Ron Holotok, Jennifer Moorlag, Brenda McClay, Francis Morris, Aaron Palmer, Linda Sargenson, and John Sheridan. And serving in the central Sudbury area, Lorna Corzine, Jane Graham, David Chipka, Shannon Dufus, Cindy Hebert, Marg Hiddleston, Ross McLeod, Faye Moffat, Brian Mundell, Judy Sears, Roger West, and Don York.
We give thanks for all of those licensed lay worship leaders. And as I was listening to the names being read, I have a story about almost all of them, and it has been a real pleasure to work with you. And I give thanks for our licensed lay worship leader resource and support team, thinking and giving thanks for Don York, Jane Graham, Peter Haddow, Susan Peverly, and Janice Frame. And now we take a moment and give thanks for our students. We again have been blessed with good students willing to do their training here, and we are grateful for the churches that take them on and nurture them in their formation as ministers in the United Church of Canada. So today we give thanks for Diane Tate, for Pam Brown, who is serving at Trinity in Capriel, and we give thanks for Torin Mag, who has just recently started at Zion in Thessalon. And we think of Kim Inglis, who is serving at Trinity Manitoulin in Mindamoya. And Our most recent student who's come to us from the Maritimes is Caitlin Smithers, who is serving at St. Andrews in North Bay. We give thanks for all of these student ministers, and we pray for them as they continue their studies and as they try to balance their studies with also serving in these communities of faith. We have also been blessed over the years by having a number of admissions ministers. And I want to thank those churches who are willing to take on an admissions minister and nurture and care for them as they complete their process. And so we take a moment today to remember the Reverend Lawrence Mavunzi, who is from Africa serving and now living in Blind River Iron Bridge, serving the 2 pastoral charges there. And we're also blessed in the Canadian Shield region for a number of ecumenical shared ministries. And particularly, we give thanks for Sylvia Pilecki, who is serving our church, Trinity United in Magnetawan, who is an ordained minister within the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada. We also give thanks for Beverly Vanderjet, who serves the Anglican Church of Canada and is serving our Espanola United Church. Thank you for all of these gifted servants of God. We continue now to remember those celebrating significant anniversaries. Last year, when we gathered in online, we did not have a celebration of ministry service, so we missed celebrating anniversaries from 2023. So we'll begin by acknowledging those who had anniversaries last year. So we begin celebrating 26 this year, but in 2023, this would have been their 25th anniversary. We remember Karen DeJong Derman and Susan Ivany.
And celebrating 40 years in 2023, but 41 years this year is Richard Smith and William Jones.
And celebrating 55 years in 2023 and 56 years here in 2024, we remember and celebrate with Robert Jackson and Douglas Joplin. And now we will celebrate the jubilants for this year, those ministers in 2024 who are celebrating significant anniversaries in their ministry within the United Church of Canada.
5 years, Ryan Fay and Susan Peverly. 15 years, Edith Lynn Healy. Celebrating 20 years, Noreen St. Jean. Celebrating 25 years, Kay Carl Triscoll, Laurie Stevenson, David or Bruce McLeish, William Mayoros. Celebrating 40 years, Lillian Roberts. 45 years, Glenn Eagle, Richard Thorne. And celebrating 55 years, W. Gayland McQueen, Jack White, and S. Peter Wyatt.
And this year we celebrate the retirement, though I think she fought us on this, but we give thanks for Bryn Carson, who has served the people of Porcupine for many years, retired on November 10th, 2023.
Bryn Carson has had a very interesting career path that led her to ministry. She began as a teacher, and then she felt the call to ministry and spent 4 years in theology at McGill University. And then, due to family issues, she left and didn't do her internship year. While pursuing other life pursuits, she still felt a call to ministry and supplied in the Ottawa Valley. When she moved to St. Thomas with a new job, she continued to supply in the area around St. Thomas, but she grew in her desire to enter ministry in a more intentional way and applied to go into the DLM stream. She applied to various places, and then she saw an ad from Porcupine United, and this sparked her to apply because she always wanted to be in the north. Since her family was from Timmins, and her mother and grandparents were buried in Timmins, she applied because they would accept a DLM student. To her great surprise and pleasure, after her interview and before she got back down south, they had checked her references and offered the job. For 9.5 years, Bryn was minister of Porcupine United and enjoyed every minute of her ministry there, but due to health issues, she was forced to retire. She says if her health had held up, she would still be there. Bryn was loved by her congregation in Porcupine and loved them back in return.
And so we take a moment and give thanks for the incredible ministry of Bryn Carson and wish her the best as she continues to enjoy her retirement. Thank you, Bryn, for your faithful service. And now we take a moment to remember those who have gone before us and give thanks for their ministry among us. We remember today William Rowe, Bill, who passed away December 25th, 2022.
We remember the Reverend Beverly Hill, who passed away on January 1st, 2023.
We remember Joan Van Every, who passed away February 8th, 2023.
We remember Robert Bob Gardner, who passed away on March 3rd, 2023.
We remember Violet Bradbury, who passed away June 22nd, 2023.
We remember the Reverend Diane Trollope, who passed away on July 5th, 2023.
We remember the Reverend Don Van Eyck, who passed away September 19th, 2023.
We remember the Reverend Murray Binstead, who passed away on October 12th, 2023.
We remember Stuart Taggart, who passed away January 15th, 2024.
We remember the Reverend J. Stuart Bell, who passed away March 22nd, 2024.
And we remember Ruby Vaughn, who passed away March 4th, 2024. We give thanks for the light that shone through them and acknowledge that the light continues to shine through those that loved them and cared for them. Now we take a moment to acknowledge communities of faith in transition. We begin with Hillview Pioneer Memorial in New Liskeard that has disbanded since we last gathered as a regional council. We also acknowledge St. Paul's Manitouwadge disbanded. We give thanks for their many years of ministry, and we acknowledge the sadness that the community of faith feels in these closing of churches. We think of Trinity Iroquois Falls, who closed the church, but still gathers as a community of faith. We think of Holy Trinity in Elliott Lake, which disbanded, and we think of Grace in Horpain, who has also disbanded. We give thanks for their lights that shone through their communities of faith for the many years that they were in existence, and we acknowledge the sadness in the loss of these communities of faith. And so now we've come to the end of this time of remembering and celebrating, and we give thanks for ministry in all of its forms. And we thank you for your support of these ministries as well. So thank you for joining us, and let us close with a time of prayer. Loving God, we give you thanks for your presence with us. We give you thanks for each and every name that has been said in these moments. We thank you for their faithful commitment to you and their faithful commitment to their communities of faith and to this united church of ours. We ask that by your grace you would hold them in the palm of your hand and bring them peace and wisdom and guidance as they continue to serve you and continue to serve the communities of faith of the Canadian Shield Regional Council of the United Church of Canada. And now go with us into wherever our journey takes us, and help us always to be open to your presence among us, guiding us and directing us and empowering us to be the people you've called and gifted us to be. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
And friends, I want to pause for a moment before I send you off with a benediction. It's been a pleasure to meet with you online. And I thought we should pause and thank Donna for her leadership for the last 3 days. It's been a bit of a marathon, and we've enjoyed your leadership and your skill as a presenter and your organizational skills. It's been great. And I, for one, felt well served with you as host.
Thank you, Peter. And just a reminder, we're back tomorrow morning at 8:45 here in Zoom as well for the morning session.
Right. And I know we'll probably rush off. So I just wanted to make sure we said thank you to you. And but it is good to remember we're coming back. We're going to hear the moderator again in the morning. So the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Go in peace. Amen.
What a beautiful celebration of this church that we love and the people who serve it so faithfully. So let's give a round of applause for everybody. It's been another full day with faithful attention paid to the business of the church, but also to the life and witness of our ministry alongside each other. And I think we have discussed the theme of the rock upon which we live, or upon which you live here in the Canadian Shield region, but also the living stones that we are. And that started off by a wonderful opening worship this morning. And so many of the conversations have touched on both our ties to this land and this part of Canada, honoring the relationship between the Anishinaabe people, upon whose traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory we are, but also the rock of the church and the rocks of our faith and our living faith, and how that shows up in our lives. I heard today very, very deep care and grieving over the conflict that is happening in Israel-Palestine. I was reminded during the sermon this morning, it was Ryan, right? During Ryan's reflection this morning about being living stones, and those of you who have served as ecumenical accompagners for peace in Palestine and Israel will know that those are trigger words for Palestinians, because they say it's not just the living stones of our faith, it is the actual stone, it is our buildings, that are church buildings, it is our homes, it is both. And so while we're celebrating the breadth of diversity of that I also was reflecting on our siblings in Palestine and the ways in which the ties to the ancient physical stones of the Christian churches and the Arab Jewish synagogues and the many places where there is Muslim worship in Israel and Palestine get discounted because of the geopolitics over the last 100 years in that region. I had not only the discussion with you during the commissioner's report this morning, but also a pretty lengthy discussion with the folks who joined online this afternoon. We had a 4 o'clock plenary session with me and the folks online, and they also wanted to talk more about the conflict, about the courses that are happening in United in Learning. Thank you for sharing Bryn's story of leadership. I was thinking when I was listening to you tell her story that for all of the folks who signed on to the Concerned Clergy website around the ordination of DLMs, because DLMs have done their ministry the easy way or weren't educated. And I thought, her ministry is a testament to the fact that is just not true. And it's one of the things that grieves me in our church. I joke with my executive minister, my regional council executive minister, all the time for the ways that we hurt each other when we get positional in the church. And I say to her, for the church being in the business of people, its people don't necessarily always know how to treat people. And, you know, there's enough for all of us. There's enough work to do. There's enough ministry. There's enough spirituality. There's enough community. There is enough breadth of education and experience that we should simply celebrate. We should simply celebrate each other's leadership. We should lift each other up in ways that I don't think that we've done super well. And I don't know if that's tied to, you know, that piece that came up yesterday around our messaging to ourselves about teaching the church to die well over the last 40 years. But there's really no reason for it. And you folks are not only collegial, but like you are living proof that the church is a diverse and wondrous place, and that the faithfulness and the discipleship of the United Church of Canada is shifting and growing and stretching and innovating in ways that are to the glory of God, which we all should be. And I think that your region, despite its challenges and despite like the vast geography of your region and the expense and difficulty of gathering together in person and how very far you have to drive to be with each other, you are a model to the church in really important ways. So let's give yourselves a round of applause for that. Let me think of what else came up today. When I was the executive director at First United Church, I had to manage a lot of folks. I shared this afternoon at dinner that I think their annual operating budget's around $6 million now, and there's 75 staff. So I had a leadership team of 5 people, and then 12 managers that worked under them, and then about 60 full-time and part-time and casual staff that work to support the community in the downtown east side. And I was not in pastoral ministry, like I was the boss of the organization. I had 2 other colleagues in ministry that were doing pastoral care with the community in that ministry. And one of the things that became really, really important to me in terms of like my managerial leadership at First United was making sure that there was always clarity around accountability and authority. I realized that one of the reasons why Eco-Justice Canada, which many Canadians know and love as Canada's largest environmental law charity or litigation charity, was that as the director of operations, I was not always on the same page as my executive director, but written into my job description, I was being held accountable for things that I didn't actually have the authority to affect. And so when I was discerning, after having been there for 2 years, should I go to First United? I was working with a colleague in the Anglican Church who's an executive coach and management consultant. And he had participated in our leadership retreats for a couple of years. And he was just like, I think you just need to answer, are you ready to be the big boss? But it was through working with another coach who became my coach for a long time, and then a very dear friend who was, is proof that God works in mysterious ways, because he's like in his early 60s, red Tory. I don't swing that way. He's a retired Army general, very white. And, we're very, very dear friends now. I surprised him and came out for the launch of his book a couple of years ago, and which brought him to tears because he was there with all his Army buddies, right? And I just said, because that's what friends do, is they show up for each other. And so he came to my installation as moderator. Oh, actually, if you watch my installation, as Julian Chapman was one of the folks that we put a red blanket on at the end. Anyway, so he taught me these lessons around accountability and authority that I think are very instructive. It's helped me to think about how I view the church in some of the conflicts that we create and perpetuate with each other. and that we have accountability divided between ministry personnel and laity in ways that are healthy and also frustrating. And also that maybe need to be rethought given some of the demographic changes in our church. I see more and more accountability put onto paid ministry personnel because they don't necessarily have the whole gathering of volunteers with lots of energy and they're active in their workplaces and then have lots of energy to be volunteering after hours and stuff. And so to think of all of the committees that we need to fill in the church gets daunting. But we had a really interesting discussion. So my day went like, we played a game from the Flourishing Workshop with my first breakout plenary in this room. And we had probably maybe half of you were there. And then the second plenary, there was a much smaller group. So we kind of gathered in a circle and just talked about life in this region and some of the communication challenges that have come out of the restructuring of the church. And really grateful. I'm going to mess up here. I keep confusing Erin and Emily's. Erin. Yeah. Yeah. So Erin made a really good point around, the general council offices in the regions can communicate to us, but like, what are we doing in order to communicate and to be part of the denomination? That there's sort of a rise of congregationalism that is happening in the church, which is understandable. It's part of our history. It's also understandable given the fact that we kind of created a vacuum a little bit with the removal of the presbytery as a court of the church. So we don't have that friend at presbytery who's reminding us all about the things that we didn't read in the info packs or in essentials newsletters, right? So we lost a lot of word of mouth communication with the elimination of presbyteries, but we also get into that like downward spiral that Melody talked about this morning, where we tell ourselves the bad news stories and that the center of the universe, they think they're the center of the universe in Toronto and like, oh, everything that, they forget about us out here in the rest of the world. And, I'm about as, me and St. John's Newfoundland are about like as far as you can get from Toronto in this country. And that dynamic happens in our parts of the world too. But Erin brought up a really good point. Like, what are we in this region doing to be a part of, to actively make sure that we're engaging with the communication that's coming out of the GCO about getting clarification or giving feedback and saying, the way that you're engaging with us doesn't work, especially for those in the most rural and isolated communities where maybe internet access is not helpful. And so we had a really good conversation around representation and nominating volunteers to serve on the national committees of the church and what diversity and representation looks like. Really grateful for Diane's participation in that conversation because I think you kind of helped to reframe that to say that, we in the regional and community of faith levels of the church, we can also name diversities that maybe she and colleagues in the general council office are not seeing and naming right away, which could mean making sure that we're including the most rural and digitally disconnected communities of faith, that they have a seat at the table at our general council in our committee work. That there may be people who are excelling at collaborative ministry or other things where we want to celebrate their leadership and lift them up in a way that might be really important. And so really grateful for the conversations that we had around those two pieces, around figuring out our relationship with each other, because I think it does get at the heart of those issues of accountability and authority, and that we are sort of all in this together, which to me led to a conversation around discipleship. So I shared with that group when our global partner council was meeting with us last time that they were in Canada, if you are the type of special church person who goes into the Commons and like reads all of the minutes of all of our national church meetings, which is not everybody, but I know there are some in this room. There's the written report that our partners gave us, that goes into the official minutes. And then there's the verbal feedback that they gave to me and to the general secretary. And one of the things that they said is they love the language of the call and vision, that we be a church of deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice. And that, of course, the United Church of Canada is well known globally for being daring in seeking justice for the world that God loves. And that they didn't really hear a lot of talk about faith, and that they were concerned that like the faithfulness of United Church people wasn't evident, or we didn't talk about it. And I kind of pushed back a bit and I said, Christendom is like long gone in Canada. The people who are left in the pews of our churches are engaging in a countercultural act by being like, it's not the Sunday congregations of my grandpa's era when he was young in ministry in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, where that's what good people did in Canada on Sunday, was go to church, right? Like, you have every possible option to do anything else on a Sunday morning but go to church. And so if you are a church, you are there because you are deeply spiritual, deeply faithful. But that maybe we've lost the ability to, or never had to have the ability to, form each other as disciples. And I shared my own experience of letting myself off the hook for developing a very deep biblical literacy, that there wasn't the focus on learning the Bible as a child or a youth or young adult. And then when I was in theological education, Sally McFaig, the famous Anglican eco-theologian, was my professor, and she talked about the dangers of proof texting and like pulling just like simple verses out of scripture to like buttress a theological argument. I don't think in hindsight she was saying that it wasn't important for me to read the Bible, but that's the way I took it. And that for me, the experience of being moderator has really given me the motivation to engage and really rumble with our scriptures in a way that I haven't had to yet, and to see the importance of that. But we also don't provide formation for each other and for ourselves to talk about invitation and proclamation and how to be evangelists and to share the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and to say, all praise be to you, God on high. Like, this is your world and we love you. And we don't know how to talk publicly like that, because evangelism kind of got thrown out with the colonial mission bathwater, right? That baby is gone with the bathwater. And we also never had to, because we had this big swelling church that was just filled with baby boomers. And so we actually really need to rumble with what discipleship looks like, and how do we do that in a way that is consistent with all of our other theological convictions and values about being welcoming and, not proselytizing and not being aggressive in that, in the ways that some of our other Christian siblings may do in other denominations, maybe on the further fundamentalist spectrum of the church. But that we do have to be able to extend an invitation. There was a young climate motivator, actually one of the facilitators for the climate motivators last summer, who shared about her frustration in watching older adults not know how to talk about their faith publicly and not know how to invite people, and then getting frustrated when they were frustrated about the declining membership in the church. She's in her early 20s, a student at Dalhousie. And she said, there's 4 families that have joined my church because while I was babysitting their kids and talking about their development as humans with their families, and they said, we just love you so much. And she said, I'm a good person because I go to church. And these are all the things that church gave to me as a child. And why don't you bring your kids to my church? She's grown there. One university student has grown her congregation by 4 families just by talking about being Christian and doing that in an invitational way. And so when I was in Whitehorse in August for some Whitehorse Pride events, because the chair of my MAC and I tried to decide, like, where could I be present to lift up the United Church's presence at Pride events that wasn't the like usual big rah-rah suspects of Toronto and Vancouver, which would both be very easy for me to attend. And the way it worked out last year was Whitehorse, like the schedule worked out with my schedule. And so we went, and there was this amazing musician named Dana Lee. She's from Ottawa, and she's an ex-evangelical, grew up in an evangelical tradition, was very, very ostracized in her tradition for being lesbian, and found the United Church, has started what she calls a music ministry of reconciliation to try and create safe space and to share the pain and joy of her relationship with the church through church music. And so she was doing a concert for Pride in Whitehorse. And instead of bringing the other two musicians that normally play with her in Ottawa, she hired a cellist and a guitarist from Whitehorse. And her bandmates in Ottawa wrote out their music and she taught it to them. And then she had these two local musicians playing with her. And the guitarist shared that he had just recently come through some really challenging personal circumstances and was in a place where he was seeking. Working with Dana had inspired him to actually write a song about his relationship with God, and that his mom would be so thrilled that he was playing this gig in the United Church in Whitehorse. And so I went up to him afterwards and I said, you know, I hope you know that you are always welcome here. That I'm not the minister here. Frances is, she's young. If you will know eventually Frances Kitson one day. She's just finished her first year in ministry. She was not settled, but she took her first call in Whitehorse. She is so full of life. So I said, you know, Frances would be the minister, but like, I hope that you know that you're welcome here. I'm preaching tomorrow. Would love it if you'd come. And guess what? He came to church. And it was deeply uncomfortable. I'm the moderator, and it was deeply uncomfortable to invite somebody who was unchurched to come to church, but I did it. I mean, he looked like he was a deer in headlights. He didn't pick up a hymn book or an order of service. He just sat there like this the whole service. Like, this is not what I was expecting after last night's concert. But I walked through my discomfort and had no attachment to the outcome. Just wanted him to know that he was welcome, and maybe he's going to go back to other churches in Whitehorse and they might fit culturally better for him. But I wrote him a couple months later and said, hey, I just wanted to say, I hope you're still doing well. And judging by your body language, I'm quite sure you probably haven't been back to Whitehorse United, but I hope that you know that you are still always welcome there. And so, you know, as we think about our experiences of being living stones of the church, that's like going into our commemoration of the centennial, but then also General Council 45 and thinking to our next 100 years. That's really my challenge to the church is to really rumble and to think courageously and innovatively about what does discipleship look like in our church, and how do we hold ourselves accountable for being comfortable talking about our faith. As Canadians, it's not something we do super well. We don't like to be vulnerable. We're very polite and nice and passive aggressive. We are very passive aggressive. For any of you that are new Canadians in this room, you will learn, if you haven't already, that we are very passive aggressive. Because we don't like to be overt about our racism and classism and all the other ways that isms show up in this country. But the really rumbling with the bold discipleship part, because I think that's the heart of the future of the church. It's the reason that we gather together. We can be prophetic justice advocates that are deeply informed by our deep spirituality all the day long on our own and in clusters and networks across the church. But unless we rumble with the idea of discipleship, I think we're going to prolong this Holy Saturday that we're in between the crucifixion and the resurrection and thinking like, what are we to do at such a time as this? So those are my reflections for tonight. I look forward to joining you tomorrow again for our final day of this regional council. I'm so deeply grateful that you extended the invitation to me to join you in person. It's great to be getting to know you as people and not just boxes on a Zoom screen. And I will continue to hold your region and your people and your communities of faith in my prayers. And